All right. Hello and welcome here to the Pinnacle Lacrosse Championship. Boyd's, Maryland at the Maryland Soccerplex. Nick Kloss here with you. We're doing 6 games today at the Pinnacle Lacrosse Championship, a recruiting event for the upper high school levels. 2025 all day, starting today right now with this first game. You're seeing True Ohio 2025 black and white against 3D Garden State. 3D Garden State, their head coach, Patrick Toohey, coached collegiately for 5 years. For that, coached at Westfield High School. Also was in the Marine Corps as a staff sergeant. As you see, 3D Garden State starts things off in a pop-up save by the goalie, Stephen Preston, out of Mountain View High School. Clear doesn't go. Shot chased back by True Ohio. First game today, and as I said, these are 2025, so rising seniors. A lot of these players, some are committed for 3D Garden State. They have multiple committed players on the roster. True Ohio does as well, but for some players, this is the last opportunity to get recruited if they have ambitions to play in college. Dylan Blakicki, behind, wearing 99 in black, from Pingree High School at attack. Everyone getting a touch, rotating it around. Colin Coyle, committed to UMass. Loads up his dodge, has the shorty. Pulls the slide early, moves it up top. Now Jack Elfstrom, right in front, dunks it home. Dylan Blakicki. The senior out of Pingree gets the first goal, makes it 1-0. 3D Garden State, one of those very stacked teams at the club level, throughout from top to bottom, whether it's 2025 all the way down to their 2029s. Their 2029 team played in the Lacrosse World Series Championship a couple weeks back, just falling to eclipse, as now it's one forward. Ryan Maurer, the face-off specialist, is 2 for 2 so far today, playing at Scotch Plains Fanwood High School. This 3D Garden State team dominating the possession here early. A team that's been together for a long time. This group of players has really been together since 3rd grade, as a great check brings the ball to the ground, but a restart. Numbers right now for Garden State goes low. Bounce shot from Garrett Ferguson. Finds the back of the net in a quick 2-0, as True Ohio cannot get out of their defensive end right now. Just going through the commits for 3D Garden State. Blakicki, 99 in black, who already has a goal and an assist. He's committed to Johns Hopkins, the highest level recruit and commit on the 3D Garden State team. From there, it's Colin Coyle at UMass, Mac Precinct, St. Lawrence, Tyler Catt, Colby College, Bryce Babbage, Hamilton, and Ryan Maurer, NJIT. And NJIT had a storybook season last year, the last undefeated team in college lacrosse after years of 1-11, 2-12, 2-10. Now that program going in the right direction, as he will stay home for his college career. Ryan Maurer staying in the Garden State. Firing from outside, saved by Preston. Shot coming from 15 in black. Dylan Oakes. Have yet to see True Ohio get on the offensive end. So here's the dodge from up top. Here's Precinct from Rutgers Prep. Heading to St. Lawrence. Blakicki. Through the back for Precinct. Hard check on the defensive end from True Ohio. Now Blakicki has the shorty. Have to go early, they do, and it's a push from behind. So 3D Garden State continues to hold on to that ball on the offensive end. The attack for True Ohio has yet to see some action. 2 halves in each of these games. 20-minute first half running clock, then a short halftime to give them a rest, and then another 20-minute half. So these games about 45, 50 minutes. As the pause from Christian Guilford, also committed, played at Westfield High School, where Tui coached, as another one finds the back of the net for 3D Garden State, a quick 3-0 lead. As this team, like I said, very high-level talent, but also just been together for so long. And what you'll notice with a lot of these club teams, a common thing in the club circuit has been national teams. So True has a national team, has a great face-off win won by Colin Rush. As the ball finally on the other end here for True Ohio, they get a first offensive look. Now, if any of these names for True Ohio are off, I apologize. The roster not fully lining up with the pennies they're wearing here today. Is now the dodge up top. I believe Rex Coliver trying to get top side as they're trying to break their scoring drought and get their first goal of the day and of the Pinnacle Lacrosse Championship. High-level recruiting event. Lots of coaches on the sidelines. You'll see the college coaches on the bench side. The other side, usually parents. I mean, coaches are known to wander from what I've seen in my experience at these tournaments. As now Garden State gets it back without giving up the goal. Trying to dish it in front, and a blatant cross-check from behind in the middle. So we're going to see our first man-up opportunity. Luca Avellino went down out of Summit High School. Very good lacrosse school in New Jersey. Former teammate of 9 for a short time, Harry Kilkowski at the University of Tampa. Had a stellar career there. So still a delayed penalty here. It's now pass to the top, a rip. Goes top left. And that's Jack Goodwin from the Pingree School. An uncommitted player. Possibly gaining some attention from these college coaches. So no penalty and back to even. Colin Coyle got the assist there. And it was, as I said, Avellino got pushed from behind. So another win for 3D Garden State, getting it right back as they continue to dominate this first game. A team that's most likely looking to be undefeated through this tournament, but a lot of great talent throughout this whole entire tournament. Obviously the main purpose as a rip from outside, low corner, way to pick it. Another goal added on for Mac Precinct. The attackman out of Rutgers Prep showing a nice lefty snipe there, putting it exactly where Preston can't see it. The goalie for True Ohio. He's a lefty, so it's offside, that right side, or his right side if you're in net. If you're looking at him as a shooter, it'd be his left. But that offside hip is where you want to go, and he puts it bottom corner. And there it is. This side, stick side, and almost proving my point. You go stick side, a lot easier to save. As that one was from Coyle, low, and a good save from Preston. Subbing through the box and through the midline. Here comes Jack Goodwin playing catch at the top for Dylan Oakes out of Seton Hall Preparatory School. Another uncommitted player. Dancing right in front of the college coaches right here. Slings it up top. Christian Guilford out of Westfield High School. Here's a stop and go. Stumbling a little bit, Jack Goodwin. Getting around, Christian Guilford bounces one. Backed up by Garden State and Dylan Blakicki. Heading to Johns Hopkins. Going to be a Blue Jay as their program surging back to the top, to the glory days. Pass in front, off the top of the stick of Coyle, bouncing around. Short stick D-mid for True Ohio, can't track it down, and another good ground ball for Garden State, keeps possession. Blakicki has the one-on-one with a pull, slings it up top, sidearm, bar down. A snipe from Garrett Ferguson, another Westfield High School player on this Garden State team. A lot of shooters, goals spread around for 3D Garden State. And the face-off, X being dominated by Ryan Maurer. Uncommitted Fogo, but having a great outing so far. Only lost one face-off, and now True Ohio has it on the offensive end, still looking for that first goal. And taking it right back is Garden State on a run. Caden Matalonis. Garrett Ferguson gets it from him, and now working his way around, and everyone's getting a touch here for 3D Garden State. If you couldn't be here at the Pinnacle Lacrosse Championship, we appreciate you tuning in via the live stream by US Club Lacrosse. And even though you're missing out on the 8 a.m. starts here in Maryland, you get to join us and feel a little bit part of that Club Lacrosse tournament action we all know so well. As Coyle up top, going down low. Ferguson, jump shot. The question mark works. Puts it in the corner again, as still shutting out True Ohio right now. Garden State looking at the top of their game, as now going to take a look at the 2025 overall rankings by US Club Lacrosse. So we'll go through, is now up top for Ferguson. Top team at the 2025, or varsity division as US Club Lacrosse names it. Primetime 1, Annapolis Hawks 2, and Team 91 Maryland Fire sitting at 3. So 2 Maryland teams in that top 3. And a 3D team up in the top 10, and 3D New England Red sitting at 7. .3D Garden State, a top 50 team in the country, sitting at 48, just inside that top 50, 24-16-2, so they win a lot more than they lose as they get it right back. Clearing has been an issue here for True Ohio Black. Just can't get it out, and you know, you're going to win lacrosse games if you do the simple things right, and that's picking up ground balls, winning 50-50 battles, and clearing the ball well. If you win ground balls and clear the ball well and win at the faceoff dot, that's the recipe for success. As firing goes wide. The shot there from Jack Goodwin. Blakicki will have it out of X, still in the first half here. Hockey stop picked off. True Ohio trying to take it right back, and what a great check by Jack Goodwin. The ride has been fantastic from 3D Garden State. A lot of what these college coaches want to see. Players can be great on offense, but they want to see that passion and that fight even when they don't have the ball. As a low bouncer again from Goodwin, soars wide. Blakicki picks it up, doesn't even need to get the backup. Right side running, popped up by Preston on the shot from Dylan Oaks. And here's a clearing opportunity for True Ohio. Need a break here just for their goalie and defense to get a rest. Midfield being hounded by Luca Avellino. Long stick midfielder for 3D Garden State. He's trying to work up from X, load up a dodge from the midfield. They have the short stick matchup. Pushes down the right alley, trying to draw the slide and dish it. Garden State not moving right now. Jump shot, bounces wide, and Avellino runs it out, has the backup. Garden State gets it right back. And they'll work on their clear where they've been very effective here today. And got to give some love to the goalie for Garden State. Hasn't had much to do so far, but Corey Guilford, uncommitted player, also playing at Westfield High School. One of 5 players from Westfield High School on this Garden State team. Here's Elfstrom. Righty. Sidearm just goes wide. Moving it quickly was Ferguson, getting it back to the top side to make the scoring threat once again. Colin Coyle back to the other side. Precinct dishes away. Blakecki, a guy you don't want to let get top side. He bounces one home, adds on another goal on the day. The offense looking like a well-oiled machine right now for Garden State. The offense really just loaded with D1 talent and college talent in general. Obviously, the big thing happening right now in college lacrosse is just witnessing how many good players there are. I mean, when you look at college lacrosse, there's 73, there was 74 college lacrosse teams at the Division I level. There is even more at the Division III level, and I don't know the exact number of the Division II teams. And then there's also NAIA and college club lacrosse, which is gaining a lot more respect because there's a lot of club lacrosse players that could have played D1, D2, or D3, just elected to go a different path. You saw a player from Texas invited to the Boston Cannons PLL camp, was cut that week and waived, but to get that opportunity out of club lacrosse, that shows the talent level that's playing there. There was a player from South Carolina that played 4 years there and then used his 5th year of eligibility at St. John's playing Division I lacrosse. The talent is all over the place, not just at the Division I level. But between Maurer being a D1 commit at the face-off X and then Precinct, Blakicki, and Coyle on the offensive end as Ferguson comes down. Point-blank save by Preston. Great job by the True Ohio keeper. But all 3 of those players, so 3 of the 6 on offense, are committed to play high-level lacrosse at the next level. Coming down, Dylan Oaks pulls it away. Great ball movement. Blakicki, load a high guy just over the shoulder, and he has been fantastic. So that gets through the first half, the running clock first half we have here in Boyd's, Maryland, at the Maryland Soccer Complex. Nick Kloss here with you. Going to have a quick halftime. We'll recap as these games go pretty quick. We have our next live streamed game at 9:40. They'll all be from this same field, so the same spot you're seeing right now. Have plenty of other games coming at you, so just throughout the day, we appreciate you sticking with us and joining to watch some great club lacrosse, an outlet that you haven't really been able to see too much, but now with live streams and everything on ESPN Plus, college lacrosse is becoming so much more accessible to the common fan, which is a great thing. So today, here's our schedule for the Saturday games. We'll have more games tomorrow as well. So obviously right now, True Ohio Black against 3D Garden State. Next game at 9:40, that'll be DC Express against True Utah, running streak of true teams in our first three games. And then at 10:30, we'll have a second straight game between Kings and True Michigan. 12:10 Omnia Tri-State. 1 p.m. Mad Dog against 3D New England South, one of the top teams in the country. And then 2:40 Legends against Sixers. All 2025, so we're all rising seniors for today, as Garden State makes their way back onto the field. Like we said, quick halftimes, quick lacrosse games. That's the club way, getting as many games in as they can. It's all about exposure at these events. There's also other levels of high school, 2026, 27, 28 are here as well. Coaches going around. The 2026s are in a big time right now, as after this summer, they will go on to this fall when they will officially be allowed to be offered and have conversations with college coaches. So big days coming for the 2026s. 2025s are ending that cycle. A lot of the parents have been talking about how for a team like Garden State, and don't know as much about True Ohio, but a lot of these teams have been together for years. And, from a lot of people listening and here today, and myself included, that club lacrosse experience, you grow close. You're spending all day in the tent and, going to many tournaments together. A lot of kids getting recruited by the same schools together. And when you're on a team like Garden State said, they've been together since third grade, it can be a little bit of an emotional time, as a lot of the parents said this is their last tournament together, because a lot of the kids that aren't committed have made decisions to not go to the next level. Some of the uncommitted kids are also looking for their home still, but whichever way they go, this is really one of the final tournaments for that age group. And once they get to the fall, they can continue to play club, but there's not necessarily a full purpose if they don't choose to. And I should say young men, as 17, 18-year-olds into their final year of high school and heading to college in 2025-26. I remember playing, and I felt like when I was a senior, 2018 was weird to see, and 2019 and 2020 was crazy. Now we're getting to 2025, 26, and I called the Lacrosse World Series. Those were 2029s. Getting more and more players every year as the game of lacrosse just continues to grow. Garden State now on the other side, continuing to dominate that possession. Right now shutting out True Ohio, up by a lot here in the second half. More players seeing action here as it's fed down low for Ferguson. Mix Blakicki doesn't get it. Picked up by True Ohio. They're on the rush. Might have numbers. Garden State gets back with plenty of time. It's now True Ohio looking for that first goal. And also just for their offense to get some time to showcase what they can do. Avellino, 77 in black, a guy to watch. A fantastic long pole. Not exceptionally tall, but a big, strong guy. And just very active on the defensive end from what you see. A great active stick. Holding with him on body positioning. He's right there at X with that one-on-one matchup. And I mentioned the ranking for Garden State. True Ohio ranked 202nd in the country by U.S. Club Lacrosse as it's worked back through X. Fed up top, Mason Lockwood. Good defense by the short stick, Christian Guilford. And Avellino with a check that might have hit a sensitive area. Just shaken up, and official calls his time, so they can relax. Another switch that I've seen in the club lacrosse scene over the years is it used to be all pennies. True Ohio wearing the normal traditional club jersey penny, whereas now lately I saw it with the 2029s at the last tournament I was at, seeing it now with the older levels as well is great over the top. Just the hockey stop takes top side over GLE in a finish, and True Ohio is on the board. First goal coming in the second half. But as I was saying, you're seeing a lot more of that traditional jersey. The fishnet jersey is the most popular thing I've maybe ever seen, which makes sense. It looks great. When college teams do it, it looks awesome. Team Maryland is getting ready. I believe it's Team Maryland getting ready to my left. Same thing. They got that net jersey. And seeing it on other fields too, but just an observation. A switch in the club lacrosse scene and the style choices of these teams over the years as they continue to change. It's like back when baggy shorts used to be popular. Not popular at all anymore. So pennies are out, jerseys are in. Here's Colin Coyle. Shipping up to Boston after his senior year, playing at UMass. Goodwin works back through X for Dylan Blakicki out of Pingree High School. Got a great stick and great vision. He's got a couple of goals as Coyle winds up and fires, misses low. And excuse me, 6 players. Possibly more players out of Westfield High School. The roster I'm looking at has multiple Westfield High Schools, one New Jersey Westfield High School. So if that's all the same, there's 9 players out of Westfield, which makes sense why the chemistry's so good. Is now coming down off the pipe, pops out, second chance, and a goal for True Ohio. Guilford couldn't get it. It was saved by the post, but the rebound bounced perfectly back to True Ohio to give them a second goal. That's tough as a goalie. I was a goalie in my career, and when your offense has the ball the whole time, it's awesome because you're getting a lot of rest. You're getting to relax a little bit. You're not too stressed because your team has the ball on the other end, but at the same time, you want to get some shots. You want to feel in the game, and you can get really cold on the other end when you got to sit tight. Same thing for these defensemen, as down low, great save, almost a pull goal, but Preston stops him 5-hole. Always tough to track the shot from the pole coming from so high to low. Interesting release point. And also for goalies, they do want some exposure if they're looking to get recruited. Don't know for Guilford's purposes or not, but just in general, if you're a goalie wanting to get recruited, wanting to get looks, you got to see shots. So right now, True Ohio's offense starting to get more active. Great cut in front. And the finish. Just a one-on-one dodge and great stick protection, using the body to keep his defender away from the stick. And that's a big thing, especially if you're undersized. And 55 and white, a solid size. But especially if you are undersized, you have that disadvantage. Your positioning is that much more important. You see it in basketball, too, with Isaiah Thomas or any of those players you've seen that were even under 6 foot. They had to learn the angles because that was how they were going to get the shots off. If they didn't, you're going to get swatted every time. Same thing there. You can't hang your stick, can't leave it behind your head. If you do, you're going to end up getting trail checked or having the ball popped out. So knowing where that's at, having the sense to know where your defender is and protect that stick, great example there. As Garden State now has it back on the offensive end. Firing from outside, another easy save from Preston. As he's had a good showing. Clearing hasn't really been there. Blakicki off his knees, and he's stopped by Preston again, putting on a great show. Now here's an opportunity for a clear. I've heard from a lot of college coaches during the season when we're calling those games about how sometimes the difference of who starts is Coyle's now in front one-on-one. Just a good ride. Cops it up on the clear for True Ohio. But college coaches have said, when I'm talking to them about the difference between the starting goalie and the backup, who are you going with, coach? That type of conversation. Sometimes, and a lot of times, they say sometimes the difference is just clearing. Both of you can stop the ball, but clearing can win that battle. And I've heard goalie Smith, if one of the top goalie training groups in the country and coaches, sometimes clearing is the difference. So as a goalie, you have to be well-rounded in all facets of the game. It is about stopping a ball, but there's also a lot more to it than that. True Ohio has it back on the offensive end. Garden State with a hefty lead, but True Ohio has been much better in the second half. Honestly, taking that possession battle in the second half right now. Is getting open, trying to move it where the slide. Always an open man if you draw one. Avellino back hounding the hands here at X. Pick comes, they want him out. Clear one-on-one matchup with the short stick. Trying to get top side. Great job by Guilford holding the post, not allowing any space to tuck that in. Might have had a little more, have taken 1 or 2 steps, but slide was coming. Decided to take a quick shot. Garden State clinical on the clears today, just getting it over the midfield line in no time at all. Christian Guilford waiting X, one of 2. Corey Guilford in net. as it's taken right back, snagged by Stephen Preston. High pass for Coyle. Or excuse me, Coyle almost intercepted, but it was from True Ohio. Scooped back. Nearly picked up, finally is by True Ohio. Has a triple team as it's checked away out of his stick, and Garden State gets it back. Like I said, 1 of 6 games here today. This is game 1, bright and early at 8 a.m. The way only club lacrosse can here at the Pinnacle Lacrosse Championship. Boyd's, Maryland at the Maryland Soccer Plex. Game 1 winding down. We'll take a break after this. Next game at 9:40, so there's going to be 1 game between our 2 live stream events. Jump shot soars high. Backed up by True Ohio. Committed players once again for Garden State, just because the list I read earlier didn't have everyone. Christian Guilford, Dylan Blakicki, Ryan Maurer, Tyler Catt, Bryce Babbage, Mac Preesing, and Colin Coyle all go into play at the next level, and some other players probably as well, just not committed yet. If you are rising or considering the college level, it's not the most important thing to be committed early, more committing to the right school. Speaking from experience on that one. Step down shot, saved by Guilford. Drops his level and is able to get the offside shot. Great job to track. Biggest thing for these goalies getting to the next level and just being good at the high school level is that patience. Not showing that you're guessing. Instead, sitting on that ball until it's released from the stick. And a lot of these shooters are so good at hiding it, which you see a lot more at the college level, hiding that stick behind their body so the release is more sudden and comes at you a lot faster. And rather than guess based on the stick placement, as that shot goes on the outside, picked up or on the body of Preston, and now good outlet for the clear. Garden State just does a great job of knowing the numbers, and on the ride especially, either side, not just the attackman, but from the midfield, the defense attack, collapsing, and you saw there, just forcing a triple team. Blakicki right now on the defensive end. He's trying to feed, picked off by Guilford, saw that all the way. Trying to send it deep, knocked down by the pull of True Ohio. Great toe drag, gets it away, still hounded by 2 different players. Double team unsuccessful on the ride for Garden State. But just relentless from the team from New Jersey. Don't allow True Ohio to breathe much. Why this team's so successful inside the top 50 in the U.S. Club Lacrosse rankings. True Ohio working it around, trying to find a good dodge. 2 goals for them here today. Apologize, can't give you updates on the time in these club tournaments and recruiting events. Like I said, just 20 and 20. Quicker games, running clock. You'll hear the horn from the officials at the table at center field, and that'll dictate the end of the game. Try to give you a final score as well, as that's off to the distance. Garden State up by quite a bit. True Ohio, so 10-3 is the score, getting the update. A lot of those goals for Garden State came in the first half. Since then, True Ohio has done a good job to keep it on the offensive end, allow their attack in midfield to really work, and have kept it close in the second half. And sometimes that's how you have to split these games up. If you have a rough first half, or in high school and college, a rough first quarter, you got to win the quarter, win the frame. You hear it a lot in basketball, win the frame, and that's because there's TV timeouts every 4 minutes. So if you can win those 4-minute intervals, it breaks the game down into much smaller bits. It's like they always say, you can't, how do you eat an elephant? One bite of it at a time, and when you're down, that's how you have to do it. So a little different story in these club games, but the same thing is true mentally. Continue to work, continue to chip away, and try and have a much better second half and a better showing. And True Ohio has definitely done that. Figured out Garden State a little bit after they jumped on them in that first half. So 10-3, Garden State. It's thrown in front, an open man in the middle. Can't connect. Blakicki going with short time. Fires, goes wide. And the final whistle rings. So a 10-3 final. 3D Garden State gets the win, dominates most of the possession for the first half. True Ohio with a good second half, bouncing back after being shut out in the first half. So a win for 3D Garden State over True Ohio Black. So that is game 1 of 6 here from Boyd's, Maryland at the Maryland Soccerplex. Nick Kloss with you all day. We're going to take a break. Second game at 9:40. Believe in that one. We'll have True Utah. Before we hop off, let me just get you that schedule one last time. And it should be a great day. Plenty of great lacrosse. A lot of the top teams in the country at this tournament. We'll hear from Mad Dog, 3D New England, and so on. So definitely stick with us throughout the day. That was game 1 here in Boyd's, Maryland at the Pinnacle Lacrosse Championship. Thanks for watching. We'll see you in a little bit. Hello and welcome back to the Pinnacle Lacrosse Championship Game 2 here on Field 20 at the Maryland Soccer Complex in Boyds, Maryland. Getting kicked off of Game 2 with True Utah 2025 against DC Express Black 2025. DC Express, one of the best teams in the country, 34 on the U.S. Club Lacrosse rankings, and a handful of kids heading to the next level and playing high-level high school lacrosse as well. Multiple in the WCAC and also in the Maryland private school division with Bullis. Multiple Bullis players, multiple Gonzaga players, Loyola Blakefield, Calvert Hall. A lot of those big team names you hear at the high school level represented by DC Express. And a lot of guys heading to play college lacrosse. True Utah led by Colin Maxfield, a former Westminster defensive coordinator, current Utah Valley head coach, and played at Southern Virginia. Had a short career in the MLL days with the Baltimore Bayhawks, if you remember those days before the PLL, before that merger. As here comes DC Express, stepping down. Chase Dark. It's ricocheted outside, tracked down by Ike Silverman, the attackman from Bullis. $11 players from the Bullis school on this DC Express team. Dark trying to feed it in front. Quick shot and a save. Jackson Hanston, the goalie from Skyridge High School for True Utah, already 2 saves. A good show and a good line of college coaches here looking at the 2025's rising seniors all through the day in Game 2 of 6 here from the Pinnacle Lacrosse Championship. Now True Utah gets it on the offensive end. They have one committed player, Caden Berry from Fremont High School. He's heading to Westminster. And Utah, such a booming lacrosse state. You're seeing a lot more talent come out of Utah. And the club teams out of Utah are fantastic, as the national championship for the club level this past year included 2 Utah teams, one of them being BYU. And then also the D2 level with Westminster and D3 out in Utah. A lot of good college talent and more D1 talent coming out of the state, as it kind of joined Colorado as one of those western booming states for the sport of lacrosse, along with obviously California just with their pure population. As True Utah slipping behind at X. Taken right back by DC Express. Going on a run here. Dark trying to keep it in front. He's been active all over the ball. It was brought down by the long pole, Aiden Himes out of Urbana High School. Here's a clear opportunity. Pressure on the keeper in Hanson, and a good clear from True Utah. Scoreless so far. Falling down, a backhanded pass from 34 in gray. Tavion Agnew, as True Utah finds the back of the net. Takes an early 1-0 lead. And even though DC Express dominated the first couple minutes possession-wise and got the win at the face-off dot, True Utah was able to stand tall with Jackson Hanston making a pair of saves and get the first goal on the other side. Carter McAndrew, Fogo for Georgetown Prep. or excuse me, Jackson Webster from Brighton High School facing off. Got those flipped around. Facing off for DC Express was Connor Derogatis, also out of Georgetown Prep, another school heavily represented on this roster for DC Express. Jake Mendenhall, one of the committed players on DC Express. Call them Express from here on out. Popped around by Carter Caden, another committed player out of Gonzaga. A rip straight into the stick of Hansen. Shot by Ollie Oliver. Ground ball free, numbers for Express. They dish it out to slow things down. True Utah, inside of 170 in the country. Ranked 169, 8-11, and 1 on the season. Express playing a tough schedule, 15-10-1. Last opportunity for these 2025 players to really get recruited and for a lot of these club teams to stay together. This will be their last opportunity as a fake low go high just soars over the net. I believe from James Bauer. As True Utah trying to add on to that one goal with an early lead. Jackson Hansen in cage, 12 and gray, has been great so far, keeping Express off the board. Good movement from Utah. Ball's loose, rolling towards the corner. It's a foot race. Flicked back and very well done to get it to a defensive teammate, and now working on the clear. Express possibly with a fast break. Carter Caden, the slide comes. They try to move it. Ball gets knocked away. Goes out. Going against Utah. Last touch by CJ Rasmussen on the defensive end. Now he marks up against Ryan Rafferty out of Gonzaga. Just a little tip for Express. If they're wearing a yellow helmet, they go to Bullis. Just with some help in spotting some players. Loading up the dodge, Caden. Shot goes wide from Jack Hampton. Only player from OLGC, Our Lady of Good Counsel. Off the shoulder, another save, Jackson Hansen. Playing phenomenally so far, shutting the door on Express, one of the top teams in the country. If Utah were to win based on pure rating by U.S. Club Lacrosse, it would be a huge upset as Rasmussen does a big turn, didn't realize where the lines are at. The blue lines are the ones they need to follow. Back out, Express goes low, and the scoring drought is broken. Ryan Rafferty, low to low, gets it past Hansen and makes it 1-1. Braden Serwer on the defensive end for DC Express. He heads to the Naval Academy. After this, multiple players on this Express team, high-rated recruits. Some 3 stars. Rafferty trying to back down, and he's got 2, doing it by himself right now. Just worked the one-on-one matchup, and he's been really good on goal line extended. That first goal was a low angle, low-to-low shot, getting it through the wickets of Hansen, and that one showing he can dodge, so putting on a show for these college coaches if he has college lacrosse aspirations at Gonzaga, which if you're on that Gonzaga roster, you have the skill set to play college lacrosse. It's just a matter of if you want to. Not every player wants to go to the next level, or maybe they plan on playing club or whatever path may be. As I talked about in the last game, and I'll talk about it again right now, is the levels of lacrosse throughout, top to bottom, from D1, D2, D3, NAIA, club. There's so many levels, and there's tons of talent throughout all the levels. Players that are now going from club to Division I or Division I to club, just raising the bar of each level. And last year you saw with Jack Boyden at UVA, a Tufts player that ended up using his grad year at UVA. And now you're seeing that a lot with very good D3, D2 players. D1 teams with the transfer portal are trying to pick them out. And even some club players going to the D1. I mentioned in the last game a South Carolina player playing at St. John's for his 5th year, a Texas player getting invited to a PLL training camp with the Boston Cannons. So much talent in the country in the sport of lacrosse, and not necessarily all of them are playing on your TV every Saturday. Down low and a hat trick. Ryan Rafferty has 3 goals and a 3-1 lead for Express if they have turned it on. Ollie Oliver getting the feed for an assist. As now Express looking more the way they probably want to, and the way you'd expect a top 40 team in the country to be playing. Connor Derogatis has been great at the faceoff X as well, winning almost every one of his draws, as he does right there. Once again, Ike Silverman out of Bullis, pulls it out, slows things down to get the offensive middies in for Express. Chase Dark trying to wind up on the hands from Utah. Good check from Will Conley. Juan Diego Catholic High School in Utah. Hansen gets the backup and a chance to clear for True Utah. Good clear for Utah. They can work now on the offensive end. And you can tell the sport of lacrosse is growing too, just through the years. If you're someone who maybe played years ago, the club teams are changing. More club teams are being made and more opportunities. Like this DC Express team isn't the only 2025 team here for DC Express. There's also the orange team. This is the black team. You know, there's multiple Mad Dog teams, Mad Lax teams, True Utah, True Baltimore, True Westchester. You know, a lot of these big clubs just creating more and more opportunities for young men and young women to play club lacrosse and play throughout the summers, continue to improve their game and get some college exposure if they so wish. It's now True Utah back on the offensive end, still 1 goal from the team from out west. Shot goes for Utah. Is going down for it. Jesse D'Alonzo, the goalie from Loyola Blakefield, couldn't get to it. It's now a 3-2 game. First game was a 10-3 win that we had True Ohio and 3D Garden State 3D Garden State, another top 50 team that we got to see this morning at 8 a.m. The start. We'll have games all day, 6 games total. Final game happening at 2:40. All of it right here on U.S. Club Lacrosse on YouTube. As Utah gets it back on the offensive end. Slowing it down to get the offensive midfielders in. Gage right. Lefty has it up top, gets stopped. Double team comes, he's able to free his hands, fires high. Ball at X. Coach says to swing it, he dodges one-on-one. Skip pass up top, step down, shot, bouncer, it goes. Bridger Dastrup from Cedar Valley makes it a tie game at 3-3. As I said, for Utah, only one committed player as of today, Caden Berry, heading to Westminster. School that gets a lot of the top talent in Utah. So we go back to the face-off X with Jackson Webster. Jackson Webster and Jackson Hansen. Hansen the goalie, Webster the Fogo, 2 specialty positions. But both starting with JAX. And next to each other on the roster, so that's not confusing at all. Popped up top. Express has it once again. Loading up Jack Hampton. Hampton moves it for Rafferty. Rafferty already with 3 goals. Great defense from Rasmussen, able to drop it down. Rafferty has the short stick, but they're choosing to go the one-on-one with the pole, trying to see if they can get a switch. They can't. Getting the top side. Moving it there is Tolmach. Another committed player as Hansen gobbles up the save. Great showing right now by true Utah. Hansen has been fantastic as the ball's knocked down on a ferocious ride from the Bullis product and DC Express. True Utah gives up the clear. Express with, like I said, a good ride. Gets the turnover. And they can work once again in a tie game here. Carter Caden throws it off and gets back. Tolmach tries to go far side. As he goes down the alley, fires wide. Rafferty can back it up. Game 2 at the Pinnacle Lacrosse Championship. All rising seniors on the live streams today. Step down, rip, bounces high. Out of the stick of Connor Derogatis. Shot ricochets. Excuse me, it wasn't Derogatis, it's 42 in white. Don't see him on this roster as firing for a corner. Jackson Tolmach once again with the righty rip. Bullis with countless Division I products throughout their program. Hansen fires off of the stick, and one of those players, including Connor Schellenberger, who was the 2nd overall pick in PLL, played 1 year at Bullis, went back to Stab, did his junior year at Bullis, and then went back to St. Anne's Belfield in Charlottesville, where he ended up staying and playing lacrosse at UVA, was the #1 overall recruit. not the only one. Tons of top talent, like I said, throughout that program and just throughout the DMV in general. It's a lacrosse hotbed for a reason, especially with the colleges around it, with Maryland, Towson, UVA in Virginia. UMBC has had some great years as well. Johns Hopkins, of course, playing on the historic Homewood Field. So much great talent coming out of all the schools. Gonzaga, Bullis, Our Lady of Good Counsel. Have to shout out Paul VI. Brother graduated from there, spent 2 years there in that program. A lot of great players coming out of there as well in Chantilly, Virginia. The whole WCAC and MIAA, two fantastic private school conferences. True Utah right now trying to get the upset over DC Express, one of the top teams in the country, coming in the rankings at 34 by U.S. Club Lacrosse. First half, a lot of the coaches line the far sideline, as you're probably seeing from your camera angle a lot of the time. But once that second half hits, a lot of them clear out, head to another game, and you'll see some funnel in as well. A lot of the attention in this tournament is really on the 2026s, because once this fall hits, they get to September, that is when they are allowed to talk to college coaches, receive offers, and eventually make their commitment. So that is really the focus right now, trying to get that 2026 class together. A lot of the 2025 classes are starting to, if not already have filled up, but still some later additions to those classes. Some kids still trying to find their home, maybe having some offers, haven't yet decided. I didn't decide where I was going, as well as a lot of my friends, until fall of my senior year. And it's really important to make sure it is the right fit, make sure it's the school you really want to go to and the right decision for you, because it's a 4-year decision and it's about more than just the sport. As only a small percentage goes on to play professional lacrosse, and hopefully that percentage grows as the PLL grows and the professional opportunities increase. Hampton turns, working it around. Ollie Oliver got it over to Dark, who fired wide. Or Silverman on the shot. Coming across, Hansen stuffs it up top. Picked up by the pole, and now a clear opportunity for True Utah. Here in the second half, 2 halves, running clock, 20 minutes. These games really about showcasing the players' talents, especially at this age level. Trying to give these players the best exposure in front of college coaches, as it's taken back. Dominic Carson from St. James School. So here's a shot, eaten by the defender, coming from Jackson Tolmack. That can't feel great, but shows a gritty play. So Utah has another clearing opportunity. And seeing it through the first 2 games, the best teams have had fantastic, relentless rides as it's low to low, fired wide. Shot from Ryland Hewitt, playing at Grand Junction. Here's Tavion Agnew out of Highland High School. Has a one-on-one matchup with the Navy commit, Brian Surer. Express causes the turnover, and now through the middle for their second goalie coming in today. Express gets it back on the offensive end and can showcase the offense once again. The feed in front, bounce goes wide of Jackson Hanston. Hanson right now, if you're to name a game MVP, it's Hanson or Rafferty. For Utah, it's definitely Hanson, and Rafferty started out with a hat trick, and a true hat trick, 3 straight goals. As patient with it on the shot from Tolmack, Hanson picks up another save. And excuse me if I'm wrong, but I believe the new goalie in for Express is Keegan Dunn out of St. Joseph's Prep. He's wearing number 6 right now. Doesn't line up with the roster, but I believe based on the 2 goalies here, that should be the case. Yellow call for Utah, trying to slow things down. To the other side, handed off by Bridger Dastrup, already scored today. Here's Caden Berry, the Westminster commit. Has a short stick over the top, slips down and picked up by the defense. Going the other way. Here's a fast break opportunity for Express. Moves it once, goes down low. Short side, Tolmack and Hanson, another good save. Great positioning from Jackson Hanson. Has closed down the angle every single time on Express, no matter who's been there. Goalie out of Sky Ridge High School, having himself a day as the ball's knocked down, but picked back up by Utah. They can keep possession. Taken away on a great defensive play by Ryder Hannon. Game 2 on the day, but we'll have game 3 for you right after this one. No break this time. Had the first game, did a break. We'll have 2 straight games, and then we'll have another break before we get really into the afternoon for 3 more games. 6 games total on the day. Going low, and a great individual effort from Jackson Tolmack after getting denied on his past 3 shots. Finally beats Jackson Hanson and finds the back of the net for a lead for Express. And I mentioned it in the previous game, but for lacrosse in general, there's 3 simple things you got to do, and you're most likely going to win that game. If you can win at the face-off dot, you can win the ground ball battle, and you can clear at an efficient rate, you are going to win a majority of the games you do that in. And that's what Express does really well, and that's when you see the highest level lacrosse players is their ability to just vacuum up ground balls, win 50-50 battles, and that's what Express has done so well. And then also dominance at the face-off dot from Connor Derogatis out of Georgetown Prep, allowing Express to have almost every single possession after a face-off, but that's where Hanson comes in for Utah when you can have a great goalie. If you're not going to win the faceoff battle, you better have a great defense and a great goalie that can get you that ball back. Here's Tolmack again. Gets above goal line extended. Hanson saves it low. Great patience, does not guess on his shot, waits for the release, and just a great performance and a great goalie to look at in the 2025 class. Into the middle, Express collapses on the long pole. Fed outside. It was Will Conley who was collapsed on in the middle. Carter Caden dishes it over, tipped by Hansen, another good save. Off of a rocket of a shot from Jack Hampton. It's been active here in their first game of the day. Coming down on the hands, turn, snipes the low corner. Carter Caden out of Gonzaga adds on a goal and adds to the lead for Express, up by 2 now. As Utah starts to fall behind, and that's the thing about those little things I talked about is when you do all those things, if the goalie on the other side is standing on his head, which Hansen really is, and the defense is playing well, it's a close game. But eventually, those little things are usually so relentless that they're very, very difficult to overcome and get a win. And Express is showing that. If they continue to just gobble up ground balls and win the face-off battle clear well, as great face dodge from the long pole, but the shot soars wide. That was Jake Gularsson out of St. Andrews Episcopal. Also got an Eastern Regional and St. Paul's product. Hesitation step from Chase Dark. Spins to free up the hands. The pass goes down for Ike Silverman and rolls out. There's a turnover for Express. Gives it back to True Utah. It's now Utah on the offensive. The shot sounded like it got a little bit of pipe and went out at the end line. Utah had the backup, sticks with it. Down by 2. Still a chance for the upset. Utah ranked 169th in the U.S. Club Lacrosse rankings. Express in the top 40. Gage Wright has the short stick, moves it, and a great poke from Sewer. Ryland Hewitt moves it up top. Dastrup frees the hands for the shot, saved by Keegan Dunn. Express switching their goalies at the half. Common and Club Lacrosse want to get all their players' looks, especially with college coaches lining the sideline. Barry drags the short stick down to X. Moves it back behind. Working a 2-man game. Slide comes, trying to go the skip pass to the other side. Too high. Now ran down, going to trickle out, and Express will take over possession. Face dodge inside and a Canadian finish from the pole. Ryder Hannon shows the stick skills with the long pole. Goes through two defenders and with the twister finish. Like I said, it's already hard enough to track a shot from a long pole as a goalie. And when they're able to bring it to the other shoulder and release from there, makes it even more difficult to kind of understand how that ball's going to release out of the pocket, out of the pole. Express protecting their lead now here in Boyd's, Maryland at the Maryland Soccerplex. Game 2, the Pinnacle Lacrosse Championship. We got 6 today. Should have 4 games for you tomorrow. Working around, Silverman goes low, deflects off of Hansen. Defense moves for True. Talmach falling away in a fadeaway shot. He scores, adds on to the lead. Express now up by 3. If you're looking to elevate your lacrosse events with professional live stream broadcasts, look no farther. U.S. Club Lacrosse offers top-notch live stream production services to capture all the action and excitement of your games. With over 200,000 followers and subscribers across all our social media platforms, we have the audience to help you promote and elevate your events to new heights. Interested in taking advantage of our services? Contact us today at admin@usclublacrosse.com or visit our website at www.usclublax.com. Follow our Instagram and X account so you don't miss out on the opportunity to showcase events just like this and showcase the best of club lacrosse and the talent throughout the country at this level. Also did the Lacrosse World Series, a couple weeks ago, and were able to showcase those young players at the 2029 or U13 level. And now here at the Pinnacle Lacrosse Championship, getting to cover the stars of tomorrow as Talmach goes low, sneaks in past Hansen, and he's got another goal. He's had a fantastic second half. But here in this week, broadcasting all the top talent from the 2025s here at the Pinnacle Lacrosse Championship. So with the older kids, more of a recruiting event, whereas the Lacrosse World Series Championship was a true tournament. More common in the younger levels. And obviously, it's all about competition. All these teams want to win. They're all competitors as a shot bounces high. From the true Utah Fogo, Jackson Webster. Utah back on the offensive end, down, I believe, by 4 now. Picked up by Sir. And up top, another pole goal for Express, and it was pole to pole. Serwer to Hannon and Bullis to Bullis. The Bullis teammates connect in the snipe, and that's what I mentioned about the release point of the long pole. When it's coming from all the way back there, and if he's able to hide it too. Trying to predict where that release is going to go. If it's going to go low, they're going to try and bounce it, paint a corner. Much harder to do for the goalie than when a normal short stick is firing. And another face-off win for Utah. Webster has done a really good job in the second half to figure out DeRogatis of Express, but it's been the fast breaks that have been tough for Utah, unable to complete the fast breaks or even keep it on the offensive end. Got to do the simple things well, and the fundamentals are part of that, and that's why you hear a lot of coaches hammer home the fundamentals, just passing and catching. Great teams don't turn over the ball too much. And another goal for True Utah, and the final whistle sounds. So that'll be game 2 as DC Express, top 40 team in the country, takes down 169th ranked True Utah, but a great job by Utah sticking in that game the whole entire time, playing way above their ranking and having a good game here with DC Express. So that was game 2, excuse me, but game 1 of the 2 back-to-backs we're about to have is now coming up next. We have now Kings and True Michigan. So our last True team of the day, as they'll get warmed up. We'll step aside for a brief moment, take a little break, and be back with you in the next 10 minutes here at the Pinnacle Lacrosse Championship. Welcome back. Game 2 of the Pinnacle, or game 2 in a row. I keep doing that. Game 3 overall, but this is the back-to-back. We had game 1 at 8 a.m. and then 9:40, and now the 10:30 game between True Michigan and Kings 2025 Blue. True Michigan in the lime green net jerseys, I'd say, and then the pinstripe pennies for Kings 2025. Just getting ready to get started. True Michigan solid team, 8-10-1. Kings a top 70 team as an early save. Point blank stop by the keeper Tanner Smith, playing for the Heartland Eagles, the high school level. Team True Michigan with no college commits as of now. Handful, 5 exactly for Kings. Now going up top, split dodge to the left hand, fires wide. Connor Vernon goes down the left alley, works it through X. Looking for a quick shot just above the defenseman, and now Kings can run down, looking for a feed down low. Misses. They're saying it was deflected by True Michigan, so they can pick things up. Travis Harper was the intended target, but picked up by Luke Allen. Goes to Boston College High School and wins the foot race, tucks it low. Gets the first goal of game 3 here at the Maryland Soccer Complex, Boyd's, Maryland, for the Pinnacle Lacrosse Championship, a recruiting event for a lot of high-level lacrosse players. All the seniors right here, if you're just joining us. 2025 all day on the live stream, so rising seniors in high school. And a Fogo goal as the first goal for True Michigan. The high bouncer work wonders. As it looks like that was either Hank Callison or Garrett Ruell. Some of the numbers aren't perfectly correct, so I apologize if any of the names are off. And another added on for True Michigan as they go back-to-back to make it 2-1. Brady Boonstra. Or excuse me, Mason Sarver, the attackman from Byron Center. Finds the back of the net there, playing attack today. Boonstra on the defensive end, 54 in the lime green. As Michigan gets it right back. Trying to add on a quick third goal, but deflected and taken away by Connor Malone. Moves it to get over the midfield. He dishes it off and calls from the head coach to settle it down for Kings. It's now down 2-1. the one offensive possession they've had, they made very quick work of it. Down the alley, a low bouncer, doesn't go, rebound picked up. Colin Lash with the initial shot, and Travis Harper picks it up and finishes. Tied up, back at 2-2. An even face-off battle here, and it's kind of gone both ways. Pure strength from the face-off unit as a fast break coming down. Elects just to shoot, and he scores 3-2. Logan Poulin, the face-off specialist out of Nassau Regional High School, gets the goal, and he'll head off the field as the True Michigan head coach was calling for their defense to bring a little bit of energy. Feels they're being a little too quiet right now. Here's another fast break opportunity. Pass bobbled. Allows True Michigan to settle back in. And Kings can get another good offensive possession as the pass misses this time and gives it back to True Michigan, even at 2-2. Here in the first half, it's 2 running halves of 20 minutes and then a quick halftime. Lots of teams here, lots of games, lots of kids needing time in front of college coaches. So, Club Lacrosse, a lot of quick moving games. So here's a step down, soaring wide from Jason Keller. Bridgewater Raynham product. Here's Cole Rogers out of Sandwich High School. Skip pass up top. Short stick matchup, loads up the dodge. Down the left side. Great ball movement. Goes to a third option. True Michigan recovers in. Goes back through X and back up top. Rogers to the other side. Has the pass thrown off course with a stick on the hands from his defender and Brady Boonstra. So True Michigan gets it back and a chance to clear it over the midfield line. Picked off. Taken away by Keller. Gets it over to Cole Rogers, who can slow things down. Fast break, or I should say a great cut by Luke Allen. Gave him a free drive to the net and makes it 3-2.
Let me know when I'm clear.
And Kings, a top 70 team in the country. 67 to be exact. Their record 5-12-1, but their rating 92.14, which rates the quality of the teams they have seen. And as far as their schedule, a 93.58 rating on the higher end. 94 is generally being the highest, so one of the higher schedule ratings, meaning one of the hardest schedules in the club lacrosse circuit. It's True Michigan getting a yellow call, slowing things down to bring in the offensive mids. Slipping again, and a helmet comes loose. So play has to stop, and he must leave the field. Get a substitution. Anytime a player loses a helmet or equipment must head off and sub back in. Kings gets it back on a clear here. Tries to tiptoe the sideline and just steps out. Gives it right back. True Michigan pushing towards the cage again. Cash Tenhave out of Hudsonville High School. Big attackman in 77. Here's 91, Hank Callison. Goes to the left side, moves it through X. Wards off two defenders and moves it back to the top. A lot of slipping on that side of the field. Seen a few guys go down just through the 3 games we've had so far. Connor Vernon surveying the landscape, looking for a pass, has it stripped away. Ben Lusby, the LSM. Some good one-on-one defense. Here comes Kings. Down low, just above GLE. Trying to free up the hands is Rogers. Gets it to the other side with a skip pass, and now back to the top. Top of the key for Charlie Carroll out of Marshfield High School. Slips again, another player going down on this turf. Has not rained, so it's not slick, just cleats not gripping too well. Passing it for Allen. Quick stick in front. Goes wide. Snagged away on the feed in front. Tanner Smith. Really aware of where the Kings offense was looking. Always good to see an active goalie calling a push from behind, push with possession. Gives it for True Michigan. Ethan Fisher picks it up. Has it at the edge of the box. Slow things down and set up the offense with a 2-goal deficit. And it seems like a possible slashing call as a flag flies. Don't see, or at least haven't seen. Don't want to assume what we'll see the rest of the day, but so far, not many flags. We had one in the first game, but a goal was scored after the flag was taken out by the officials, so it was waved off after the goal. So this time we will actually get to see a man-up offense. Here for True Michigan, trying to add on another goal as a missed pass kept over by the defense. Got to stay alert even when the ball's not on your end. Step down shot from the top and an easy save. Going back through the goalie and Braden Garwood, goalie from the Hill Academy. Kings gets it back over. Allen to Rogers and back up top for Charlie Carroll. That first midfield unit, seeing a lot of here in the first half. Taking an early short stick matchup is Harper. But great physical play on the other side from Austin Cato, the short stick D-mid. And short stick defensive mid is often a position overlooked, but so valuable at the college level. And a lot of offensive midfielders that are recruited end up becoming defensive midfielders at the college level. It's a position you usually have some of your best athletes at, because it truly can make such a big impact having two very good short stick defensive midfielders. So gotta show love to all the short stick D-mids at the college level and at every level. Going up top, picked off. Now coming down the lane, Burnett passes it over on the outside of the goal. No goal from the shot from Cole Rogers. Trying to take the outlet is Tanner. Has it picked off and quickly turned into another shot by Kings. Here's Harper. For Rogers and once again for Charlie Carroll. Carroll over the top, and that one soars into the cars and just past us. No one in the way, so all is good, but staying with Kings on the backup. True Michigan brings the double after a stumble from Colin Lash. It's another shot on the other side, quickly taken by Rogers, and Allen will fetch it to bring it in from the end line. Allen gets over goal line, extended, fires. Very well taught and efficient attack unit as a step down, soars wide. A lot of good shots for Kings, even though they're missing the target as going to the other side. It looked like he was trying to find Allen. Instead, Harper picks it up and finds the back of the net once again. Kings adding on to that lead. As we have a streak so far of teams in the top 70 in the national rankings. We had a top 50 team in the first game, a top 40 team in the second game, and now a top 70 team coming in here in game 3. A lot of the top talent in the country here at this tournament. Obviously here in Maryland, a hotbed of lacrosse. A lot of the best teams based in this area, like the Annapolis Hawks, one of the top teams at a lot of levels, but especially at the 2025 level. Rising seniors in high school. A lot of these players playing in their last club tournament here this weekend. As after that, a lot of these players either are committed or have decided not to continue lacrosse or play at the club level. Point blank stop on top of the crease, and a second shot Soars wide from the face-off guy for True Michigan. Garwood, good size in cage for Kings. Didn't even have to move much, just takes up so much and had a good angle as long as he closes that pipe. Takes away a lot from the shooter when he comes above goal line extended. Shot from outside, and a whistle will signify the end of the first half with Kings leading here as they've put together a run after True Michigan jumped out to an early lead. So a quick halftime, and then we'll be back with the second half. Going to step aside really quick before the second half face-off here at the Maryland Soccer Complex at the Pinnacle Lacrosse Championship.
Can you hear me? All right.
Getting ready for the second half and now underway. Pinnacle Lacrosse Championship. Nick Kloss here with you all day. Game 3 of 6 here in the second half. Right now, Kings up on True Michigan here in Game 3. We've had a True team in each of our first 3 games so far, seeing from True Ohio, True Utah, and True Michigan. So I feel like getting the Midwest and the West right now. Didn't get any of the East True teams. like True Baltimore or even True National, made up of players from all around. But this time, True Michigan on the near side. As it's picked up and taken away by Kings. The pull, Ben Lusby brings it over and gets Kings back on the offensive end. 5 players already committed on this Kings 2025 blue team. Taking it down the alley, bounces off a defender and conveniently trickles into the crease. As now True Michigan trying to clear. Harper on the ride, collapsing down, but now into safety. The defense of Kings has just been relentless. And it seems like they almost don't let True Michigan breathe once they get over that midfield line. Even though they've touched and technically the clear's over, they can start that offensive possession. They don't allow them to really feel comfortable. So here's a shot, or might have been a pass inside. Regardless, it deflects off a helmet. Now it's free. Kept inside by Kings, but picked up by True Michigan and then picked off. On a fantastic defensive effort and all the way down. And Allen finds the back of the net, but a great team effort. Good defense turns to good offense, and that's the example right there. Gets it from one end to the other, finds the back of the net, and Kings continues to build on that lead. Ryan McInnes from Proctor Academy now facing off for Kings. Body's hitting the floor on that face-off dot. Goes out of bounds against Kings, so True Michigan can go on the offensive end. And just throughout the day talking about the growth of the sport, True Michigan is another example of just how much the sport has grown. I mean, 10 years ago, maybe 15, 20, a club team from Michigan was virtually unheard of. But now, high-level talent coming from almost every state in the country as lacrosse continues to grow, especially with the success recently of the University of Michigan at the college level, making it to the NCAA tournament the past couple years. And 2 years ago, I believe the past 2 years, winning a Big Ten championship. And when you consider who's in the Big Ten for lacrosse with Maryland and Johns Hopkins and also Rutgers, Penn State as well, having some good years, but Maryland being a dominant force they have been. Ohio State under Nick Meyer having a couple standout years as well, as a sidearm rip on the run goes wide. But so much talent in the Big Ten, and now with Michigan kind of raising to the top and becoming a team that has NCAA tournament and Big Ten championship aspirations every year. As a feed in front, quick shot, bounces into the crease and a save. Another one for 18 in lime green and Tammer Smith. It's now True Michigan back on the offensive end. Mason Sarver, the orange helmet, passes it off to the midfield. Connor Vernon puts it in the left hand, back to the right side. He's got the one-on-one matchup, taking him where he wants him. Skip pass a little high, able to keep it down. Cash 10 Have trying to pass it. Has it dislodged and pass goes rogue, but picked up. Plenty of time for Mason Sarver. Loading up, Tegan Chu. Chu finds some space, dips inside, in front, just wide outside of the cage. Great move to get all the real estate in the world, but couldn't find the target. Ten Have gets a step on his defender. Slide comes, free man in front. Tries to tiptoe the crease, but Chu can't stay out of it. Steps in. And now Kings quickly on the offensive the other way. And add on another one for Travis Harper out of Thayer Academy. A great finisher for Kings 2025. And an uncommitted player on this Kings roster. Probably opening some coaches' eyes right now as a good amount surround the field. Here at Field 20, Maryland Soccer Complex, if you've never been here, a massive facility. Hosts tons of different tournaments from soccer, lacrosse, and all sorts of field sports because they have plenty of real estate for it. But we're on Field 20 all day long here. All 2025s, rising seniors here at Game 3. Right now, Kings controlling the tempo of this game and with a good lead on True Michigan. Whistle going against Michigan, gives it back to Kings, taking it behind with Travis Harper. Harper's going to try his hand at a one-on-one dodge, moves it. Just a little off the marks for the cutter. Turning on the Jets here, Garrett Well. Gets it to the other side, and he'll head to the box and get the O-middies on. Hayden Staples moves it up top. Hank Callison from Cranbrook Kingswood. Tries to get down the alley, kept to the outside by Jason Keller. Once again for Callison. Tells him to go, moves to the other side. Here's Sarver. Sarver for Callison again. Long possession here for True Michigan, which is good to give their defense a break as Kings has had the ball a good amount, trying to hit the cutter once again. Those passes just not connecting in the middle as it's hockey passed outside and picked up by Luke Rogers. Pass hits the ground, and Travis Harper runs it down, tries to keep it in, but a little too fast, goes into the netting with a good effort play, and a high pass on the clear gives it right back to Kings. So another possession on the offensive end. Pass in front, wide open for the pole, Ben Lusby. Lusby gets an easy goal and a nice reward for all his defensive efforts. Kings going early, gives it to True Michigan.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Tenhay for Tegan Hugh. Or excuse me, Tegan Chu. Pass behind for Tenhave again, trying to get top side. Ground ball still free. Tenhave comes away with it, bounces one wide, no backup, chased down. Good effort from the goalie, Braden Garwood. Gets his own backup and can clear it up through his defense, Connor Malone. Tiptoes over the midfield line, nearly pushed out of bounds. Great job to keep it in. Colin Lash brings it in and now moves it around. Jason Keller with the dodge. He's been great on the defensive end, but you see there has a shot as well as that goes wide. Here's Keller again, fires. Doesn't find the target. Allen, number 1 in white with backup behind the cage.
Yeah. Yeah, if it goes in that corner, I got twos over here, so. Wow.
Feet in front and a BTB finish. Colin Lash finds the back of the net and a great team play. The chemistry off the charts for Kings. And you can tell through these first 3 games, the winning team has just had an offensive unit that seems very well connected and just has that chemistry. Face off. One back by Logan Poulin. Great ball movement. Better recovery so far from True Michigan, but they find the hole and tuck it in. A gap in the defense for True Michigan. They were moving really well. That's why ball movement's so important, and you saw from Kings there, just perfect ball movement, whipping it around, one cradle and move it. Getting the defense to move, and True Michigan was sticking with them for a brief moment, but then something gets missed, and that's the tough thing is defense is constant communication. If anything gets missed, you have the situation just like that where there's someone wide open in front of the crease or just who sneaks back door and you give up the easy goal. So Kings continuing to run away with this one. Able to show off their talent here in the second half. Just 2 running halves, 20 minutes each, and a step down rip going top right is Travis Harper. Just stacking on the goals here so far. So this Kings defense looking a little bored on the other end. Haven't had too much to do. Each of these teams will have plenty of games, plenty of opportunities to showcase their talents in front of college coaches and also play with their teammates, a lot of them for the last time, as legal procedure called against Kings after the loss of the stick. And now True Michigan back on the offensive end, seeing if they convert this time around. Swim move, pushed away, and a low bouncer goes for Elliot Heathwis. Heathwis from Hudsonville High School. It was a good one-on-one matchup with 23 and white Jason Keller. It seemed like he was all over him, but it's all about if you can three your hands, and Elliot Heathwis was just able to get that slight step on Keller and bounce one stick side low against Garwood in cage. As Kings gets it back off the face-off. Trying to get it in the middle. Ground ball still free. Picked up by True Michigan, but swarmed by the Kings attackmen on a great ride. There's Harper. Trying to dish it off and get his teammate a goal. And eventually, he does, as Cole Rogers escapes to the front of the net above goal line extended, and is able to win the one-on-one matchup with Tanner Smith. And as an offensive player, once you're able to get that top side, opens up the cage so much more rather than shooting at an angle or just above goal line extended, because lacrosse is a lot about angles. As Kings goes early once again. Logan Poole in there. It's a low shot, easy save for Garwood. Low-to-low bouncer for Maiden Staples. Skip pass to the other side for Poulin. Bounces, saved by Smith. Great outlet pass, but little ahead of himself there. Austin Cato nearly loses it, able to track it back down. Tenhave grabs it at X and throws it in front, and that is the final between True Michigan and Kings. Kings getting the win through 3 live streamed games here at the Pinnacle Lacrosse Championship. We have another game break, and then we'll be back at you again, I believe, around 12:30 for Game 4. We'll have 6 total games, and the final game coming to you at 2:40 here from the Pinnacle Lacrosse Championship. Thanks for joining us, Nick Kloss, and so long for just a bit. We'll see you after this next game.
Are we on break here? don't know yet. We've been switching on and off. I'll let you know.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to stand next to you. So
yeah, thank you. Yeah.
We're from Michigan.
Huh?
We're from Michigan.
Oh, are you really? Nice. You guys ever go to a game or no?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
When they were bad.
Yeah. Yeah, I had to drop family off at the airport when they, whatever their home game, who they play at home for the playoffs before the Niners? The Buccaneers, right? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, the whole airport was full of people from Michigan wearing all Detroit stuff or going to the game at least, and they were coming back after the game. It was cool.
Cool. Yeah, this whole team's fun.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I'm just a camera guy. I don't know the schedule.
Yeah. Oh, you don't know the game?
Huh?
You don't know the game?
Nah. Yeah, I think this is like my third tournament doing lacrosse. Just follow the ball, that's it. Is the mic out on the cam?
Hey, careful!
You want me to talk into the camera and see if it's that? Yeah, no, he just got here.
Welcome back to the Pinnacle Lacrosse Championship here in Boyd's, Maryland at the Maryland Soccer Complex. Nick Kloss here with you. Game 4 of 6 live streaming today on U.S. Club Lacrosse. Now for Game 4, Omnia Lacrosse Club takes on Tri-State 2025. In this game overall, 9 commitments in total, 2 on Omnia and 7 of them, coming on Tri-State. So a little confusing here. Omnia is in the white pennies with the light blue, and Tri-State is in the white jerseys. So both teams in white. Usually one has to switch. The officials said they didn't need to. I guess they can tell them apart just enough. So it'll be white against white. I'll try to keep everyone straight on which team is which. Blaze Coley from Avon Old Farms. Or excuse me, Tanner Schluet, 15 in white, is Cooley on Tri-State. First offensive possession of the day, or at least of this game, excuse me, for Omnia. Of the committed players on Omnia, Easton Bukema, goalie from Zealand East High, and the midfielder Jake Cooper out of Hazlitt. As now Tri-State takes it back on the fast break. Vincent Meehan fires low corner. Early 1-0 lead for Tri-State. White on top. At the face-off, Jack Kishman from Forest Hills Eastern for Omnia going up against number 2 in white, Andrew Berman out of Melbourne High School. This Tri-State team, one of the best in the country, ranked 14th, a top 20 team, our first team to crack the top 30, and this team even cracks the top 15, 19-9-2. With a very difficult schedule at 93.8 and an overall rating of 96, which is the rating system that U.S. Club Lacrosse uses. As Omnia dishes inside, what a save! Number 10 in white for Tri-State, Colin Anderson out of Gill St. Bernard's, also one of the committed players playing in this matchup. After we took a break, we have this game. We'll have a game right after this at 1 o'clock as the clear fails for Tri-State, but taking it right back as it trickles out of bounds. Last touched by Omnia. So they're saying it's going to stay with Omnia, in fact. They'll get to restart their possession, passed up top. Taking the one-on-one matchup with the short stick, beats it. Anderson goes into the full split, but no save needed as it goes wide, and a hook and hold called. Most likely going to be a hold call against Tri-State. So we've only seen one man-up opportunity today in our 3 games that we've brought to you on U.S. Club Lacrosse on YouTube. So the whistle finally stops play, and now the man-up unit comes in for Omnia. The Omnia team outside the top 100 in the U.S. Club Lacrosse rankings. We've seen some close battles in the first half. Each team or each game has had a team that has pulled away either in the first half or kept it close and then pulled away in the second. Haven't had any very close games so far. Right now, 1-0 Tri-State leads, and they've probably held the ball on the offensive end for less than 30 seconds. That one goal coming off the fast break scored by Vincent Meehan. Dodge from up top. So the split picked up and taken away. Now trying to go back the other way. Remember, a man-up opportunity right now for Omnia. As now all even, taken back to the other side. Tri-State has it once again. Garvin Romweber out of Del Barton High School. They go up top, want the short stick matchup. Billy Gurn playing at Westfield. A lot of his teammates here on 3D Garden State as he fires. Soars wide and backed up to restart the offensive possession. Behind the net is Alex Vaccaro. Looking for a ball on the end line. A common club tournament issue of balls fly after shots, go into parking lots, or get snagged off end lines. They quickly get one to him and get it going. Blaze Coley beats one, beats a second behind the back. Goes wide. In cage for Omnia, as I said, Easton Buchema, the goalie from Zeeland East High School, wearing a sweatshirt and long capri sweats, which, as a goalie myself, I always wore a long sleeve. I totally understand that. As backside, Canadian shot on the quick catch, a Canadian quick stick, really, and a low save from Buchema. But I will say, in the heat today, with a sweatshirt, he is fitting the mold of goalies maybe having a screw loose. Omnia with it on the offensive again. Justin Sanchez, another Zeeland product. And just to preface, I do apologize if any of the names are off. I know some of the jersey numbers aren't showing on the rosters supplied by the tournament. Great save by Anderson. So I apologize if anything is incorrect. Doing our best to bring you great lacrosse coverage here from the Pinnacle Lacrosse Championship. As bringing it around, Blaze Coley, free in front, picked up. Now going the other way, Braylon Ray. Ray gets through the ride, gets it to the offensive end. Two halves, 20 minutes each with a quick 5-minute halftime, so games run about 45 minutes. Started here today at 8 a.m. And then tomorrow we'll have another 4 games. We will have all the playoff games. So we'll have the 2025 semifinal in the morning at 9:40. Then we'll have a break, and then back-to-back the 2025, I believe, final, and then the 2026 AA final, and then the 2026 single A final. All of those tomorrow. First game at 9:40. Last one will be at the same time as today at 2:40, wrapping up the day around 3:30. There's a shot, great save. It was going to go wide, but still gets the contact. We'll give him the stat. It's Omnia trying to find the back of the net for the first time. Still 1-0. Anderson stops another. Jake Vernieri getting harassed by the defense of Omnia. They're able to cause the turnover and get the ball back to the offensive end, and they successfully do. And that's why the ride's so important from attack, midfield to defense. Everyone has to be included in that effort because you never know. Something like that, they can get to the other end, and you can strip that ball away and continue the offensive threat that you've had so far, and they're doing just that. Still looking for their first goal here. Up top, Dodge, 11 in white. Works it down low. Reed Cartez. Gobbled up again by Anderson and has the nice outlet pass. David Manzo gets in the middle, tries to go backside to connect with Finn Vaccaro, but pass off the mark and giving it right back to Omnia, who's really carried possession of the ball most of this first half so far, despite being down by 1. Here's Jackson Arnold out of Forest Hills. Passes it off. 2 players get a touch and back up top. Tommy Dowling loads up the Dodge, kept to the outside down the alley. Looking for a feed, now calling his own number. Gets underneath, fires wide. Was looking for offside hip on the righty Anderson in cage. Going low, Anderson. Another save. Omnia cannot beat the fantastic goalie for Tri-State. Some parents calling for a possession for Tri-State. It's like I said, they really haven't possessed the ball much. They might be up 1-0. Play finally stopped as there is a player down around the midfield line. It seems like there's a cramp. His teammates trying to help him stretch out, but the coach did want a stoppage just in case Omnia were to get the ball back and then not have an attack ready to go. Try and let you know who that is as soon as we can. Looks like he attempted to get up really quick, but decided to take it a little slower. Parents making sure he is getting enough water. And good to see him get up, walk off on his own power. Just a little stiff in the right leg, it looks like. Maybe the left leg. That's the leg that was getting stretched out by his teammate. So got to get a sub on the attack end for Omnia. And looks like that is Tanner Chouette out of Rockford High School, who will take a rest. Hopefully we'll see him once again. And so the ball is with Tri-State on the offensive end. That injury being off ball or away from the ball over the midfield line. Just wanted to stop play in case there was a turnover. Make sure everything's okay as Tri-State moving the ball. Getting a good look at their offense for the first time as firing low to low goes wide. Gavin Romweber. Zero and White had the shot, one of the committed players on Tri-State. Dished in front and goes wide. Might have tipped off the keeper, Bukema. It's Tri-State, you can tell when there are top caliber talent and top caliber shooters, as the shot always, or almost always, has a good destination, going for the corners, going for the low corners, as that pass in front is knocked down and given to Bukema for the clear. He's got pressure on him. Going high, bobbled, has pressure again for the pull. Spinning away. 27 for Omnia. Omnia gets it back on the other side for another offensive possession. Asa Ravenal goes to Seton Hall Prep, pulled it over the midfield line. Now he passes it off. Blaze Coley. Seen some time for Tri-State. There's now Tommy Dowling dodging from the midfield, has it taken away. I believe it's going to be a loose ball push going against Omnia, and it is. Tri-State picks up possession here in the first half. Very low scoring, the most low scoring affair we've had so far today. 1-0 here in game 4. And obviously all these teams are playing other games throughout the day. We are live streaming 6 All Rising Seniors 2025 as the feed inside does not connect. Romweber trying to feed the pole. Mike Clifford on the inside. Another Seton Hall product. Henry Strickler with it at the midfield. Omnia has not been able to find the back of the net, but it's really been from the phenomenal play of Anderson in cage. He's made already a handful of saves here in the first half. As making a rush down the right side, Justin Sanchez passes towards the middle. Defense collapses on him and tries to take a shot with 3 guys on him, and it soars high. Getting the restart here from X. Kicked out of bounds. Staying with Omnia on the offensive end. Still yet to even things up. As I said, these are rising seniors, so there's a handful that are already committed. The ones that aren't are either not interested in playing college lacrosse, going to play at the club level, or still waiting to finish out their recruiting, as even though they are already seniors, and really the 2026 class is who everyone's looking at. As here's a fast break loading up as the shot soars and bounces off a parent who was 100% ready and just eats it, tosses it back, and goes on his merry way. So that's the end of the first half, 1-0. Tri-State is on top, but very low scoring. Both goalies playing very well for each of their teams, and it looks like both will switch. The backups getting warmed up, or I should say the second half starters, as in club you usually play both, trying to get them the looks they deserve, and we'll see that in the second half, and possibly some more scoring from both of these offenses here at the Pinnacle Lacrosse Championship. We'll step aside for a brief moment and be back with the second half. Second half here, Game 4 at the Pinnacle Lacrosse Championship, starting between Omnia and Tri-State. Omnia picks up the face-off win, quickly picked off by Tri-State, going the other way now. Still 1-0. Now to the backside, huge save by the new goalie for Omnia, Matthew Engelhart from Utica High School. And he picks up where his teammate Easton Buchanan left off, keeping it at 1-0 and keeping Tri-State off the board other than that first goal. See if Omnia can even things up. Tri-State, one of the best teams in the country, ranked 14th in the U.S. Club Lacrosse rankings. Omnia coming in at 161 out of Michigan. So shot heading towards the low corner, doesn't go. Reed Karts with the shot. Low ripper. Goes underneath low to high. Reed Cardes out of Byron Center High School makes it a 1-1 game. And allowing Omnia to dictate possession bites Tri-State as they're tied up 1-1 in the second half. Very early on, still plenty of time for Tri-State to possibly pull away just based on ranking overall. But as far as performance, these teams are dead even. Omnia has done a fantastic job defensively. Both goalies have been very good as well. There was a goalie change also for Tri-State, bringing in Dylan During out of Warren Hills Regional High School. He is also a committed goalie, so both the goalies for Tri-State going to the next level. As a flag flies, and we'll await what the call is. And it looks like it might have been a hold going against Christian Logrande at Seton Hall Prep. So a man down unit will come in for Tri-State, and Omnia has a chance to add on another, make it 2 goals in a row, and take their first lead of this game. Possibly 2-1. Right now, tied up 1-1 even. Getting everyone an initial touch. McNamara goes through for Thomas. All the way back to the other side. Up top. Pulled out by Henry Strickler. Goes to Reed Karts. Already has 1 goal. Trying to find the cutter is Thomas, and gets dropped for a moment. Back even. 6-on-6 lacrosse. Penalty killed by Tri-State, now underneath. Back up top side, and now inverted. Charlie Thomas was at X, now at the top of the key. Turns inside. Great slide by Tri-State. And Mike Clifford, a perfectly timed slide, and lays the lumber. You'll hear a lot of coaches say slide to the body. So that's poked away. Brock During, the long stick midi, is trying to carve through and possibly get himself a goal, but has it knocked away. Tri-State sticks with it. Over the top and tucking it in, Gavin Romweber from Del Barton High School. Finds the back of the net and makes it 2-1. See if that's what sparks this high-powered offense for Tri-State to really click. Face-off popped up and won by Ander Berman. Billy Gurn. Patient with it, waits for his midfield line to come in from the box. Goes down low, rip, just off the mark from Charlie Killen. Fun tournament here this weekend, and great opportunity for a lot of these young players to get exposure. And for 2025s, it's a little less so. For the 2026 class, this is a huge weekend and a huge summer overall, as in the fall, that's when the period will open up where coaches can contact them and give them offers and they can officially commit. It's not like the old days of college lacrosse when you could just commit at any time. Back in the days where kids were committing in their 8th grade year, freshman year, sophomore year, and so on. Now you must be past September 1st of your junior year. Tri-State takes it away and brings it right back. Dylan During running the clear and gets it over the midfield line into safe hands of Billy Gurn. Gets down low, dishes it off. Vaccaro frees up his hands, elects to pass it off. Backdoor, Vaccaro puts it behind the back and in. 3-1 now for Tri-State. Seemed like early Tri-State just wasn't valuing those possessions, maybe even overlooking the opponent in some ways with how high-powered that Tri-State team is. But now they're starting in the second half to get things going. 3-1 now. It's another face-off won by Ander Berman. Heading to the next level as well, one of the committed players on Tri-State. Deflected off the stick of a defender and out, so gonna stay with Tri-State, no change of possession. But as you guys can see from your angle, a lot of coaches still on the sidelines for the 2025s, as a lot of these players are not done getting recruited, though this being one of their last tournaments, if not their last tournament, as carving inside. Another for Tri-State, now starting to pile it on. As Dylan on now scores from the Hotchkiss School. Just a one-man dodge. Gets in front, has all the space around the keeper. Engelhart was left alone. But for some of these teams, and you're hearing it from parents just around the complex, is that it's their last tournament together for a lot of these teams, as the 2025s at least. For the 2026s and 2027s, they have time together, but for the seniors, a lot of these players will finish up their club careers with this tournament or this summer. And then after that, most of them take fall off, as the recruiting time is really done after that. A lot of the classes are full, and most of the kids are committing through that fall or have already wrapped up. In front, diving across, doesn't find the back of the net, but stays with Tri-State. Blaze Coley trying to put one in the back of the net. 4-1 now, the score. Tri-State leading here in the second half. Reb Wemmer goes down low and Soars off target. Tri-State valuing the possessions a lot more here in the second half. Here's Rom Weber. Scanning for an open man up top. Brings it back through X. To the other side. Free shot and stinging the corner is Billy Gurn. 5-1 Tri-State with 4 unanswered. And starting to push this out of reach. I will say, for Lacrosse, anything under 5 is very small lead with how fast this game can move. But at the same time, in these club games with 2 halves, 20 minutes each running clock, it's difficult to get back into games just because of how fast it's going to move. If you don't get back-to-back-to-back possessions, as a nice save there from Engelhardt. But if you're not getting back-to-back possessions and winning every face-off, it's hard to get back in this game because you can't get any stoppages. The clock is going to continue to move as that hits off a defender and David Manzo out of Seton Hall Prep, and Omnia is going to have the offensive possession. Strickler with it, dishes off. Cartez tries to get in front of the net. The feed doesn't connect. Second chance for Sanchez. Strickler again, this time going to his left. McNamara. Hounded by checks and has to give it off. Thomas trying to get to the top side. Inside roll, gets there, stuffed. Dylan During makes the save. Now he beats Thomas. Great outlet. He's had some dimes so far. Now the rip from the defender and Vincent Meehan. Short stick D-man in front, wide open, and a pure defensive collapse gives Charlie Killen a goal in front, 6-1, 5 straight for Tri-State. So one of the top teams in the country starting to really play like it after a 1-0 first half. Now really kicking things into gear. 5 second half goals. For the New Jersey team. So here's Killen again. Another face-off win from Berman, dominating the face-off X. Running to his left on now. Up top again for Killen. Reed Finster loads up the dodge against the short stick. Goes over the top side, down the left alley. Van Falls has the shot, bounces, goes offside hip, makes it 7-1. And today, just a lot of the group play games leading up to the playoffs tomorrow, and that's what we'll be doing right here on U.S. Club Lacrosse. We'll have the 2025 semifinals to start the day, then the finals, then 2026 AA finals and 2026 single A finals. Omnia wins it off the face-off. Pass, soars, gets away from Omnia. Tri-State takes it right back. So we'll have all the playoff action for you tomorrow. Today, just some feature games here at the Pinnacle Lacrosse Championship. And if you are liking what you are seeing and you have a lacrosse event and you want a professional live stream broadcast, look no farther. That's exactly what we offer. Top-notch live stream production services to capture all the action and excitement of your games. 200,000 followers and subscribers across all social media platforms. We have the audience to help promote and elevate these events. If you're interested in taking advantage of the services, contact us today at admin@usclublacrosseclublax.com. Visit our website at www.usclublax.com or follow us on Instagram or X. US Club Lax is the handle. Don't miss out on this opportunity to showcase your events like never before. Here's McNamara. On the near side, plays some catch, gives it back. Makes it all the way back around. Great movement as Tri-State man down right now. Omnia trying to capitalize. Been held to just one goal. Pass for the step down for Thomas doesn't connect. It was a great look, but just not there. And now, fast break, BTB shot from Clifford. Going for glory there. Tri-State able to kill the rest of that power play for Omnia and working on getting things back even here. Penalty has not yet released, so there is an extra man on defense for Omnia. Now they'll bring the double. Splits it. And that will be Game 4 right here on US Club Lacrosse YouTube page. We're live streaming 6 games. That was 4, as we'll have back-to-back games right here. So 1 o'clock start, just about a 10-minute break as we go into that next game, and I'll have that matchup for you in just a moment. So we have it all over our graphics, the schedule for today. So after this, Mad Dog plays against 3D New England South. 3D New England South, one of the top teams in the country, as well as Mad Dog. So we'll be seeing a good matchup here in Game 5 on the day from Boyd's, Maryland at the Pinnacle Lacrosse Championship. We'll step aside and be back with you in just a couple minutes. Welcome back, underway for back-to-back games here in the afternoon slot, if you want to say, the 1 o'clock game between 3D New England South and Mad Dog. Mad Dog in the white, 3D New England South in the dark blue with the green shoulders. This time we don't have to be confused about who's who with two white teams. Do have the differentiator in this one. .3D New England South starting things off. The jump shot soars wide. More slipping on this turf field that we've seen throughout the day. As here's a shot, an early save. Mad Dog now on the clear. Now a first look at Mad Dog on the offensive end. 2 20-minute halves. As if you've been with us throughout the day, probably getting a hang of the club parameters. Is a nice feed in front and a low finish. Mad Dog gets on top first. This 2025 team. All uncommitted players. Face-off number 2 goes to Mad Dog, who pick it up. That first goal scored by Carter McGuire. Is Mad Dog back on the offensive end, up 1-0. Winding up the shot, goes back through X. Couple more touches. Shot deflected in front. Trickles towards the end line, backed up by Mad Dog. Mike Kulakovo, 7 in white, starting at X. The feed, back door, knocked away and picked up by 3D New England. In cage. I believe it will be William Keegan or Michael Keegan. For 3D New England, but it says 77 as goals scored. And as I preface all these games, some of the rosters may be a little off, so I do apologize if there are any incorrect names or incorrect identifiers in any way. I'm going to do our absolute best to make sure we're giving all the players their flowers, give them their light of day. Bounce shot, soars wide. Comes out of the stick of Ryan Sullivan from Warwick Valley High School. Korakovo shoots, trying to go short side. Once again is Sullivan. It's been a hot one here in Maryland, but now the cloud cover has given everything a nice breeze, and not too bad out here, but obviously a little hotter on the turf as well, as most players are all too familiar with. Here's William Cole. Cole goes low, and it's saved by Keegan. Now Free somehow coming away with it on that triple team, and finally a whistle blows. Don't see any laundry on the field, no flag. But I believe it was Connor Craniti who went through three people, went down to his knees, was cross-checked in the head, it looked like, and still got up and kept going. Picked off and taken away by Mad Dog. Utilizing the fast break. Step down shot, and another save from Keegan. Trying to hit the outlet for Tyler Wilson. Wilson lets it bounce once and carries it over the midfield line. Now numbers for 3D New England. Shot. And it's ran out by the keeper, so he gets his own backup, and a great effort play to get it back to his teammates. Gannon Strother in goal, 40 in white for Mad Dog. Dancing in front. Ends up touching the crease. Ryan Aldi couldn't keep the toes out, so free possession now for 3D New England. Player goes down once again on this slippery turf. Taken right back by Mad Dog, who hits the outlet on the clear. 3D New England recovers in for numbers. Into the middle, bounce shot, puts it on the turf, and it works out. Luke Barron, Gabe Feldman with the goal. Scoring for Mad Dog as they control the pace of this game early. Saying a hold going against Mad Dog. So 3D New England can take possession off the face-off. Pass nearly gets away. They keep it in. Almost with like football toe touch, and then the second pass gets away from them, taken away by Mad Dog. Gets it to the keeper in Strother. Toe drag inside. Has some space. Trying to get to the middle, now trying to pass outside and set up the offensive possession. They do. For the initial goal scorer of the game, and Carter McGuire. And now the offensive middies get in for Mad Dog. Free shot, offside hip, deflected away. Another good save for Keegan. Second shot soars wide. Great performance so far from the 3D New England keeper. It's good size, stays patient in his stance. Here's McGuire again, trying to get around. It looks like it's deflected in front, but gobbled up on the ground, and a free clear. Here's the outlet once again. Maybe bounced a little too far, but gets all the way to the attack and picked up. Dylan Larrabee. Glastonbury High School, 98 in blue, one of the midfielders on right now. He gets it right back. Shot saved by Strother. Didn't have to do much for that one, just dropped to one knee. Now gets it over the midfield, picked up by the pull. Put right back on the turf. 50-50 ground ball picked up by Mad Dog. Or almost, and now it finally is, and now gets to safety in the twig of Karakovo. Hockey stop to the top side, trail check, dislodges the shot. And stepping out of bounds is William Cole. That's fooled a few people today on this field. That blue line, there's a lot of different lines, obviously. These fields used for a lot of different things. There's women's lacrosse lines. There's a full soccer field of lines. There's two half soccer field lines. So just hard to tell. They're obviously shown by having orange cones at each corner and at the midfield line, but it's a faded blue line, so hard to see. Not the first person fooled, probably won't be the last, as now 3D New England has it on the offensive end. Has a yellow call to slow things down. Here's the Dodge loaded up. Larrabee has it dropped on the ground, pursuing the ground ball, picked up. Now back through for Joseph Kilcommons. Nicholas Casteros as well. Larrabee again. Loads up the Dodge, this time to his left, thinks about it. Hockey stop, low shot, great placement. Low corner, offside stick, and just tucks it in that low corner. So hard to stop. And also with that hockey stop is able to make the goalie move because he's going one way and makes him have to come back. And sometimes for a goalie, it's hard. You're trying to always know where you are in that cage, but as you're stepping around, sometimes a player going over makes it tough on the other end as the ball soars wide on the quick shot from Mad Dog. 3D New England South now with it. Keegan running the clear, quarterbacking it for 3D New England. As I said this in earlier games, but if you're just joining us, one of the big things a lot of college coaches talk about is the difference between your starter and your backup sometimes isn't being overall better, or there isn't a clear, better goalie. Sometimes the difference is clearing. Who clears the ball better? Who runs the clear better? You'll notice a lot the veteran goalies are much better on the clear because they have command over their teams, and you're seeing it today as well. The strong goalies and a lot of times the stronger teams that have been together longer, much better at clearing the ball just overall from practice, chemistry, but also always helps to have a leader in cage that's going to help quarterback that clear. Keegan's doing a good job of that today. Strother takes it out of the crease and dishes it off to the short stick mid, who clears it to the other end on that one-man clear for Mad Dog. Fifth game here from the Pinnacle Lacrosse Championship on U.S. Club Lacrosse on YouTube. One more after this one. We'll take a break for about 45, 50 minutes, and then a final game of the day at 2:40. Feed in front. Karakovo from Montville TWP High School, or Kalikova, excuse me, finds the back of the net, increases the Mad Dog lead. Mad Dog with another face-off win, but taken away, so not getting the full win, not getting into their box and setting up an offensive possession, as that's why wing play is so important, because even if the face-off is originally won by one team or another, your wing players can make all the difference coming in and causing chaos, putting that ball back on the ground, and right now 3D New England has another offensive possession. Here's Larrabee. Passes it off and sets the pick. Henry Murchison, the lone committed player on 3D New England, 66 in dark blue. He's sitting inside the crease right now. Getting to his right hand, Benjamin Zygmunt. Works it through X. Time and room shot, soars wide. Owen Griggs on the shot. Really starting to cool down here in the afternoon. Probably makes it a much better playing experience for these teams now getting into their afternoon games, and also as they get into the afternoon, they're playing more and more games under their belt. They started at 8 a.m. Not all these teams, but a lot of them had games at 8 or 8:40. Now getting into their second and third games of the day. Definitely a factor overall in terms of just fatigue in general. Nearing the end of this first half, 20 minutes running clock. Mad Dog trying to add another goal before the break. Hands free, shot goes wide. Dylan Sullivan with the rip. Coming from X, Liam Miller passes up top, and Keegan trying to run it out, and the whistle sounds for the first half. Mad Dog up on 3D New England at the half. 20 minutes gone. We got 20 more in the second half here of Game 5 on U.S. Club Lacrosse on YouTube. We'll step aside for a couple minutes and be back with the second half action. Back underway, fresh 20 on the clock here at the Pinnacle Lacrosse Championship. Mad Dog taking on 3D New England South. So far, Mad Dog on top, getting a switch in cage for both teams. For Mad Dog, bringing in 22 in white, Dominic Ciarelli from Pine Bush High School. And on the other side, I'm still sticking with Keegan, because the two goalies, both last name Keegan. Mad Dog on the offensive to start the half. Jump shot to the bottom corner. And a snipe from Dylan Sullivan to start things off in the second half. Mad Dog just adding on to their lead. Mad Dog, another, and 3D New England, both examples of the growth of this sport. I remember when I was in high school, 3D lacrosse was new at a point early on, or me going into high school. 3D lacrosse was new, and then there was 3D Virginia and 3D Colorado, and those were kind of the first two, and then it's expanded so much since. So now there's 3D New England and a ton of other 3D teams local to certain regions. There's 3D Georgia, 3D Carolina, a lot of different options now. And then same thing for Mad Dog, is Mad Dog came around a couple years ago. And it's no longer the days where there was kind of the big four, like Team 91, Mad Lax, 3D, and so on. There's a lot more high-level options. I mean, we've seen Tri-State today, 3D. DC Express is now one of the top clubs with some of the top teams in the country. Annapolis Hawks has always been very good, but they've almost taken an even bigger step up in recent years as another snipe goes to the low corner. Great shot placement from Mad Dog here today. But the sport just continues to grow, and the talent level just gets better and better. You're seeing that at the PLL level as more players are able to devote more time to the game, which is the goal of the PLL and the hope for, I think, lacrosse fans and players alike, that they'll see the days where lacrosse players are, or pro lacrosse players are players that are devoting their full time to the game, and we can really see how good players can really get. And not to say there's not plenty of amazing players already, and there are a lot of players able to commit the full time to it, but from top to bottom as a league, it's where the PLL hopes to go. Mad Dog with it. Carrying it behind AdX. Mad Dog, a very fun team to watch so far. Obviously, a high-level team. As the shot goes wide, I will say, as a broadcaster, if I had one gripe with them, it is putting gold numbers on a white jersey. It is not easy on the eyes. Sullivan coming over the top, and he fires one home, adds on another goal. Dylan Sullivan and Ryan Sullivan out of Warwick High School, both finding the back of the net here in this one. .3D New England defense showing some frustration in the body posture. And still, throughout the day, plenty of college coaches coming up to this field throughout all the games we've seen. Been only two we haven't been live streaming from Field 20 here at the Maryland Soccer Complex. We'll take one more game off after this, and then at 2:40 we'll have the final live streamed game on YouTube, US Club Lacrosse. It's now 3D New England trying to get going on the offensive end after Mad Dog has put a scoring flurry together. Max Hersom coming around X. Goes up top, saved. 22 in white, Dominic Ciarelli. Mad Dog takes it back on the other side and can continue to control the possession. To start this game, 3D New England was able to hold it for a bit there and try and work their offense, but then Mad Dog clicked on the offensive end and in the clearing game as well, and has not taken their foot off the gas since, as a low stinger ricochets off the post and out of play. And if you're new to lacrosse in general, off of a shot, the closest player to the ball after the shot gets possession for their team. On a pass, it's like any other sport. If it goes out of bounds, last touched goes to the other team. But for a shot, and that means whether it's the end line, misses the net and goes out the back, or as you just saw, off a post and out the sideline, that is still considered shot backup and goes to the team closest to the ball. So Mad Dog still with it. Feet in front. Collapse down on. The check doesn't dislodge the ball, and an easy finish in front. Mad Dog adds on another. Everyone getting in on the scoring action. believe it was Liam Miller. Found the back of the net there. Mad Dog doing all the little things right now, winning the ground ball battle, dominating on face-offs, have not allowed 3D New England really to possess the ball much in this second half. Also, the fundamentals are there, not dropping many passes and not many unforced errors from Mad Dog. Good movement, a good rotation, now to the back door. Sullivan rips, saved by Keegan. Back above, goal line extended. Now at the top of the key, dodging, Ryan Aldi. Worked it around, and a shot from Galikovo. Pass inside, doesn't quite connect. Carter McGuire had the first goal of this game, was the intended target there, as now Keegan gets it in the crease for the clear. .3D New England with a relaxed clear. Not too much pressure, just able to walk it over and settle into the offense. Now some pressure coming out. Pulling it out, high pass intended for Katsaros. Put up top, now numbers, fast break for Mad Dog. One-on-one, the angle gets taken away, tries to wrap it around. Going Canadian with a twist, but has it deflected away by Keegan, and now he can dish it out on an outlet. And another successful clear for 3D New England, able to dictate some possession here, take pressure off their defense. In front, shot, they score. Joseph Kilcommons out of Liston, Northampton, finishes it in front. There is an art to playing at the top of the crease. It's not just sitting there to catch and shoot. You saw there, able to move around and find some open space so you can catch and shoot. And there, he was able to feed it or get the feed in stride and take the shot. Had all the space in the world when looking at the cage. Now bouncing into the offensive end and back with 3D New England. Here's Owen Griggs. Bounces it all the way to the top for Larrabee. Out of Glastonbury High School. Goes over top, takes it to the top of the key. Loads up the dodge, takes his defender down the right alley. Looking for the option. Inverts. Has the short stick at X. Hesitation. Can't shake him. Goes back up top. Griggs moves it once more. Murchison. Can't connect. Pulled away. Peter Gallo has a couple of goals so far. Dishes it off. Staying with Mad Dog, no push called, still a free ground ball. Calavaro loses his stick. Or Koliakovo, excuse me. Adex surveying, looking for the pass in front. Back for Gallo. Up top, here's Liam Miller. Miller fakes the left hand, gives it right back to his right. Big turn and back up top. Gallo receives it once again. Has the short stick. Goes to the right side, feeds in front on the crease. Beautiful play. Mad Dog showing just how good they are on the offensive end. 3D New England defense just gassed here with all the time that Mad Dog has had on the offensive end. But that offensive play was perfect. The dodge, draw the defender, someone's open, right on the crease. Find them, and reap the reward. It's Mad Dog with a substantial lead now, pulling away from 3D New England here in the second half. After this, we'll take a one-game break, and then the final game streamed on U.S. Club Lacrosse at 2:40. So stick with us through the day, and then we'll have 4 games tomorrow starting at 9:40 with the semifinal for the 2025s. Or one of those semifinals, and then the final after that. Then we'll do the 2026 AA final and the 2026 Single A final to wrap up the weekend here with Pinnacle at the Pinnacle Lacrosse Championships in Boyd, Maryland. Sullivan with a step-down rip. Dylan Sullivan, to be specific, on the field with his brother. Ryan and Dylan both with goals here today. And here's Ryan this time with the shot. Has it deflected in front. Mad Dog picks it back up. Low angle shot from Ryan Sullivan. Rips wide. Mad Dog has the backup. Mad Dog just holding on right now as the feed in front and another great off-ball cut. The off-ball movement has been the biggest difference here. Mad Dog has just looked fantastic on the offensive end, and another goal there for Carter McGuire. The off-ball cutter snags it in front. Shot from outside. Electing just to take it instead of trying to make his way around the man. He did a little hesitation, got his hands free, and ripped it home. Gabe Feldman with the goal. And Mad Dog right now just can't be stopped. Luke Herbert coming in to take the face-off, as he's done very well today at the face-off X. Wins it forward to himself, but picked up by Gallo on the wings. People like to talk a lot about the face-off individual, but the face-off unit as a whole is so important. As if you have a great pole and a great short stick, or some teams like to double pole, or if you're the University of North Carolina in this past season, they don't do a single pole. They had enough confidence in their Fogos to win it. They didn't feel like they needed an LSM, and they wanted to give their LSMs rest. So, one little random example, but for the most part, as long as you have great wing players, it's going to be a great addition to your team and to the face-off unit, as Mad Dog saw here today. So a big win for Mad Dog over 3D New England South, winning by a good amount and putting that one away pretty early, as we are all done with Game 5 here on U.S. Club Lacrosse. We're going to take a one-game break here from the Pinnacle Lacrosse Championship. Then we'll be back at 2:40 with the final game of the day. I'm Nick Kloss saying so long for just a bit. We'll see you for Game 6.
Who's got a white shirt on?
Welcome back. Pinnacle Lacrosse Championships. Nick Kloss with you. Final game of the day being brought to you by U.S. Club Lacrosse. Legends against Sixers for the final game. Tomorrow we'll be back with you, giving you 4 games. The semifinals, or one of the semifinals for the 2025s, the finals, and then 2026's AA and single A finals. Legends with it on the offensive end. You didn't miss any scoring here early. Legends is an interesting team. Players from all over the country and Canada. A lot of the players met for the first time this week, so it'll be interesting to see that come into play into today's game, as it's a team assembled for national tournaments. 18 uncommitted players. They do have 2 commits. Griffin Stevens, a face-off guy, going to Mercyhurst, and Sam Junk, goalie, heading to Tufts. He's from Florida. Team led by Stephen Toomey and Nick Cardile. Toomey went to Tufts. Carlisle went to Gettysburg. Reed Doucette, the Legends National Club Director. States of the Legends players include California, Georgia, North Carolina, Utah, Massachusetts, Arizona, Colorado, Nevada, New York, Florida, Maryland, Kentucky, and then, of course, as I said, Ontario, Canada is a save there. Legends getting it right back. The save there made by the Tufts commit, Junk. Gives it back on the offensive end to his teammates, Legends, looking for their first goal. Sixers, a much larger team, been together a little bit longer, and a plethora of kids heading to the next level already. And like I said, anyone committed now does not mean that they will not commit, or anyone uncommitted now doesn't mean they won't play at the next level. They very well could. There's a line of college coaches right now watching these players as Logan Geisler, goalie from Legend High School, coordinates the clear. A couple players from Legend High School on this Sixers team, one of the most represented high schools, as the fake inside and the finish as Sixers get right on the board and make it 1-0. Rain starting to come down after we've had really a beautiful day for all 6 of these games, and then, or at least all 5, and then for number 6, the clouds were rolling in. We felt like it would come, and the forecast said rain around 2 and 3, and exactly that. Rain started to come down here in Boyds, Maryland. So this turf that's been pretty slick all day long may get even slipperier as Holden Hayes wins it to himself and runs it the other way, but a call gives the ball back to Legends, trying to even things up at 1. 9 players currently committed on this Sixers team. Coming from the West Coast, Colorado natives. Valor Christian Boys Lacrosse represented, one of the big private schools in the area. A great check takes it away. Trickles out of bounds, staying with Legends. Thomas McCool out of Torrey Pines High School. Trying to go underneath. Has it taken away, and a big hit from Jonathan Kalman out of North Carolina. Plays at Weddington. Good movement. Goes to the other side. Blake Donnellan out of the Deerfield Academy. Fun to watch this Legends team because so many well-known high schools as well as obviously some unknowns, but a lot of these high schools known in the lacrosse world. Weddington, where the Shipley brothers went. Will Shipley, running back at Clemson, was a very good lacrosse player, and his brother played at Penn. May still be there depending on the eligibility situation, as those COVID years have gotten a little confusing. Down the left side, Jack Blaze out of Mountain Vista High School. Handful of players from Mountain Vista as well. In front, low to low, goes wide, backed up by the Sixers. 220-minute halves, 40 minutes total of game time, running clock with a 5-minute halftime. Top side, triple team comes. Trying to put it on the ground, pulled out. Possibly Brody Dodge, but 41 in black not on the roster. So I like to preface if I get any name wrong or anything or mark anyone, I apologize. Jerseys and rosters don't always line up exactly, but we're doing our very best to bring you the best coverage of club lacrosse here at the Pinnacle Lacrosse Championship on U.S. Club Lacrosse on YouTube. Sizzler from the outside soars high as Sixers continue to keep possession, up 1-0. Good amount of college coaches on hand for this one, possibly the most we've seen all day. There's been a good amount this entire time at this field 20 at the Maryland Soccer Complex. Nick Kloss here with you, bringing you all the action today and tomorrow. But a lot of coaches with their eyes on this game right now. Inside spin, a hit, knocks the attacker into the crease, so it should be Legends ball, and it is, but someone loses a helmet, so he's got to go off. And at least take a quick breather before coming back into the game. Here's Junk. Brings it over or near the midfield line and dishes it off. Sixers on the other side. Time and room. Rip goes high. Goalie had the backup. Great job on the diving play by Junk. Throwing it down on the outlet pass. No one's there. Now a fast break. Numbers for Sixers. Kyler Cole passes it off. Shot low. Saved by Junk. Rain starting to pick up. Going from more of a light drizzle to a consistent rain. Rush Lascelles from Valor Christian. Frees up and fires one home as Sixers increase their lead. Now 2-0 as we get a look at these talented Fogos. Griffin Stevens for Legends, the only commit on the team. Tavin Jones at the dot right now, going up against Bo Fairbanks. Fairbanks wins possession. And Sixers continue to hold on to it on the offensive end, keep it out. of Legends' hands. Pass in front, jump shot, turn, and scores. Sixers add on another 3-0. As their offense starting to click. Legends have had 2 offensive possessions, but have yet to find the back of the net against goalie Logan Geisler and this defense. Geisler, one of 2 goalies on Sixers. The other, Ethan Jaffe, already committed though. Geisler getting the first half, which is most likely the one with the more college eyes on him. Sixers slowing it down once again. Big wind up and a rip. Soars wide just past Junk. May have gotten a stick on it, but nonetheless the backup goes to the Sixers. Loading up a dodge, Joey Sabia. Another shot, fired high. Sabia gets it again. Dodging from the midfield against the short stick. Uses the pick. Looks for an open man on the slide. Down low. Getting in front. Working through X. Underhand shovel pass. And back up top for Sabia once again. Bouncer. Steams low. We're once again running into that issue with the net jerseys. Some of the jerseys for Sixers, very easy to see from this end of the field. I'm on the opposite end of the offensive side of the field right now. Some of them, if they wore a dark shirt under it, I cannot tell what that number is as it's fired high. I believe by Rush LaSalle, who heads back to the bench and gets a substitution. It's something I talked about earlier. Legends has the penny, which a couple years ago, or at least 6, 7, 8 years ago, back when I was playing club lacrosse, it was all pennies. Every team had pennies, that reversible, both sides, you know, the common thing for their club team. Now, it's tradition to have the jersey, and I guess mostly the fishnet jersey, or the netting that you're seeing. Very popular look. More college teams are doing it, more as an alternate, but saw great throwbacks from Johns Hopkins. I think most recently, this recent PLL weekend, they had the net jerseys. They also did it on the throwback. It is more of a throwback style jersey. And a flag flies going against Sixers. Legends are going to have a man-up opportunity. But just shows you, style always changing through the years. And if you've been around for a while to understand this, you know, Pro 7 used to be a really cool helmet to wear. As the years went by, it wasn't so cool after a while. Legends on the offensive end, trying to tuck it to the back door on the pass from Cole Lazara. Gets knocked away and stays with Legends. Here's McCool. Plays catch back and forth with Don Ellen. McCool dodging. Stops once low, goes on the outside of the net. A mom goal, as some would call it. Cordy Reeder flees to safety, and here's Rush LaSalle, number 8 in black. Tall midfielder for Sixers. Jack Blaze gives it back for LaSalle. Goes through X. Cutters moving off ball. Feeds in front. Junk cuts off the angle. He fires wide. As a goalie, getting him to miss is just as good as getting a save. Doesn't look as good on the stat sheet, but as long as it doesn't go in the net, that's the most important thing, as it slips through the 5-hole of Junk right there. And Sixers add on to the lead. Legends yet to find the back of the net. All those bright orange helmets you're seeing for Sixers, those are Legends high school players. And I know that might get confusing. So there is a Legend high school that a lot of these players for Sixers, the black team wearing the black with the yellow stripes on the arms, a lot of them play for Legend high school. This is the Legends National 2025 team, as it's taken away. Great checks on the defensive end to pull it away, and now going all the way. The one-handed long pull cradle, not something you see too often. You'll often see a walk the dog, but not a one-handed power cradle like it's a short stick. As the flag flies, maybe too many men on Legends. Nope, still 6-on-6, so we'll have to wait for the official's word on what the call is. So Sixers have the delayed penalty. Seeing if they can get the goal on even strength. If Legends get a touch or there's a save or a shot goes out of bounds, next whistle, the ball will stop. Pulled out by Sabia. Sixers work it back through X. Protecting their shutout lead here, Blaze. Frees it up. Face dodge into the hesitation, and a second face dodge before bouncing it low and sends it home. Another goal for Sixers, as they have a commanding lead, a shutout first half for Sixers against Legends, and a big lead going into the second frame of our final game. A last 20 minutes here from Saturday of the Pinnacle Lacrosse Championship. We'll step aside before the second half action. quick halftime and back at it, another 20. And Sixers up big on Legends National, a team put together from players from all over the country and Canada. Ontario, Canada, to be specific. And now Broas Brown, from La Costa Canyon High School, now in goal, 33 in white for Legends. Looks like the same keeper in Logan Geisler in as first goal for Legends National. They get on the board. Goal scored by Jonathan Kalman out of Weddington High School. Like I said, if anything is incorrect, we apologize. So the same rosters that all the college coaches receive as well. And just for some insight, if you're new to the recruiting scene, coaches get rosters from each team, and then it's designated if a player's committed or non-committed. Obviously, they're looking for those non-committed kids. And the big weekend and big tournament for the 2026 age group, especially as this fall they will be officially allowed to be contacted by college coaches and can have more discussions and receive offers and commit if they'd like. So that's where a lot of the attention is, but also a lot of uncommitted 2025s trying to fill out those 2025 classes, these being rising seniors, as a lot of these players playing in potentially their last summer tournament, which for a lot of these guys, they've been doing since they were 8, 9, 10 years old. And Sixers picking up where they left off, back on the offensive end. Chased down by Skylar Hartman, another player out of Mountain Vista High School. Down low, shoots, he scores. Colton Pollock, Fossil Ridge High School product, finds the back of the net. Sixers continue to dominate. And I said this in the first half about being able to see the numbers for Sixers. Some of them are really clear, but it's because some of the jerseys have white numbering with a yellow outline on the black jersey. Very clear and easy to see. Other players have the Sixers jersey with just a yellow outline on. Big turn from Sabia, still has it. Has the short stick on, goal line extended, GLE. Tries to get top side. Goes to the back, Blaze rips it off the crossbar and out. Backed up by Sabia, has to pick up a new ball from the end line. Sabia's going to try again. This time from X, still has the short stick. Moves it. Up top for Jack Blaze. LaSalle now. Sabia turns, re-dodge. Kept outside, has to dish it for LaSalle. Great defense from Evan Hinkie on the defensive end. He was the short stick matching up. LaSalle gets to the corner. Now he's matched up against Hinkie. Blaze once again. Already found the back of the net today. To the back through Hartman. Sabia again, LaSalle. Lots of touches here for Sixers, and a high bouncer goes for LaSalle. Another one for Sixers 2025, building on this lead over Legends. Final game will be live streaming today. There are more games going on at the Pinnacle Lacrosse Championship. Continue until later, I believe, around 5. But tomorrow we'll be back with you at 9:40 in the morning. Don't want you to miss any of the important games. We'll have a semifinal and 3 finals. Get to see the top talent from the 2026 top division and the 2026 single A division, as well as the best teams from 2025, which has been what we have been bringing to all of you this entire day. Now up top, back down for Kalman. Kalman twists it around the shoulder and shoots it wide, looking for that bottom right corner. Tommy Smith moves it. High pass for Billy Onwick. Is able to recover and get it back. Goes up high. Smith again. Back for Coleman. Coleman trying to get around the short stick. Sent in front. The pass doesn't connect. Goes out of bounds. Sixers will take over and a chance to clear. It's been plenty of great lacrosse here today. A lot of top-level talent from throughout the country. Seen teams from the East Coast, I believe all the way out to Colorado and Utah. Stepping in the crease, causing the turnover. Sixers give it right back to Legends. Legends in the second half were able to break that drought and end the shutout for Sixers. That man right there did it, Coleman. Donnellan on the re-dodge. Ball goes wild, trickles out of bounds, and Sixers once again will take over from the end line and a chance to clear. And in the bottom right corner, True Colorado has been watching Sixers. Two teams from out west. And I do not know if it's True Colorado 25, 26, or 27. Sabia with the redodge. Goes back behind. Tanner Heinzman has the short stick matchup from behind. One-on-one with Dempsey Gibbs. Heinzman, hockey stop, tiptoe in the crease. Step down shot. Trying to go offside hip and fires wide. Once again, Heinzman wants the one-on-one matchup. Good skip pass. The step down, freeing the hands, jump shot, Sabia fires wide. Sabia again with it up top. This time to the left hand. Another shot, zips wide. Almost to the exact same spot. As a couple shots from Colton Pollock have missed the target, at least his last two. Tanner Heinzman again. Another legend high school player on Sixers. Wearing the patent shiny orange helmet. Gordy Reeder loses it on his dodge. Picks it back up and moves it again. Heinzman picked off by the keeper in Brown. Now on a run. Heinke gets hit as he passes. The ball soars high, and a great job by the Sixers defense to dislodge it and force the turnover. Been in possession of the ball, I'd say about 85 to 90% of this game. This big guy lowers the shoulder, gets stuffed, steps in the crease, but doesn't matter. Goalie had it, so play on. Heinke again. Another fast break here for Sixers. So they take it right back. Ball on the ground. Poked out. And picked up on the other end by Legends. Two teams go back and forth, and a flag flies. I believe a push from behind or a cross check. Brown out of his cage picks it up, and it's going to be against Legends. Sixers is going to have a man-up opportunity. Something Legends doesn't want to give the team that has really worked well on offense, even on 6-on-6. Now a power play opportunity. Starting in the alley. Here's Magnus Langtree. Pass goes off the mark, and Sixers give it up before it's even begun. And now Legends can try and play keep away. They got to get out of the end first. Hounded right now. But finally getting it out and over the midfield line. Ryan Singh doing the job. Freeing up the hands in front, Thomas McCool. Wide right, staying with Legends. Back up top, McCool again. McCool spins one defender. Second help. Beats another. Low to high. Soars it over the crossbar. $11 players in this game committed. In total, 9 on Sixers, 2 on Legends. We can still see a good majority of them play at the next level. Definitely the talent level's there, but just whether or not they make the decision. Also, not common to commit to a club team because clubs have to try out. So a lot of players can continue to play at a high level of lacrosse. Playing club as another shot soars past the net. Stays with Sixers on the backup. I've talked about it throughout the day, the talent level in college lacrosse from top to bottom, from Division I, D2, D3, NAIA, and now the club levels. There's so much opportunity for good players to play at the next level. With there only being 73 Division I teams, there's really a lot more talent, at least in my opinion, that could play at a D1 level and play for D1 programs, but just not enough programs at the moment at the Division I level until some growth can come and more schools can pick up the sport of men's lacrosse. But as far as top to bottom, there is tons of opportunity for players to play at the next level. And for every commitment level you want to make at the next level as well. There's clubs that are very high level commitment. You have to give a lot of your time. And then there's also the true club route where it's more laid back. And then, of course, all the NCAA levels and NAIA levels are coming with a bit more of a commitment, especially at the Division I level. Blaze goes down the right alley, rips it Brown with some popcorn. Legends back with it on the offensive end. We appreciate you joining us and being with us all day as we bring you the Pinnacle Lacrosse Championship on U.S. Club Lacrosse. And if you like what you're seeing and you want to elevate your lacrosse events with professional level live stream broadcasts, look no farther. U.S. Club Lacrosse offers top-notch live stream production services to capture all the action and excitement of your games. With over 200,000 followers and subscribers across all social media platforms, we have the audience to promote and elevate your events to new heights. If you're interested in taking advantage of this, contact us today at admin@usclublax.com. Visit our website at www.usclublax.com or follow us on Instagram at the handle usclublax. Don't miss out the opportunity and showcase your events just like this one on U.S. Club Lacrosse. Another flag flies onto the field, some laundry to pick up. This time going against Sixers, so Legends will be man up. Shot from way outside, goes high. And that is the game all said and done here from Boyd's, Maryland on day one of the Pinnacle Lacrosse Championship. A big win there for Sixers, and that'll do it for us. 6 games down, 4 more to go. We'll be back tomorrow at 9:40 with the semifinal matchup for the 2025s, the Rising Seniors, and then the final for the 2025s after an hour break. Then we'll go to the 2026 finals with AA and then Single A, wrapping up that final game at 2:40, the face-off time for that one. So that'll be all for Nick Kloss and our entire fantastic crew. I'm saying so long from the Pinnacle Lacrosse Championship day one here at Boyd's, Maryland. Thanks for watching, and have a great rest of your evening.